spyware on my computer. You could just press the button for me, like.
Yeah.
Okay, stream's up.
Live.
All right. I'm waiting for Kiero to switch to the fantasy grounds. All right, so I can see what you're showing. Okay. So Kiero has there. Yeah. So guys, pull out the Corvosa panorama. Like Kiero has it. Zoom into the room and also pull up the Corvosa panorama from your images and the calendar if you want it. Right. I'm just gonna start just the ambient music in the Corvosan homes, home soundscape.
Is it just the panorama and the calendar that you mentioned?
The panorama is in the images.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
calendar is if you want it or not.
Okay.
Whether if you want it, you can have it.
Was there anything else besides those two things, or?
Not that I can think of right now, but if one of you can think of something, let us know.
Okay. There was the districts of Corvosa. Was that
Yes,
what it's called?
there's that too. You know what? How I have this? I have this. I have the campaign thread in the tab. Very soon you're gonna be needing the campaign thread as well. I'm making the campaign thread. It's amazing the way I'm making. I'm making it with when you have your summaries. I'm putting pictures in there. Like for example, you never saw the lambs, did you? You never saw an image of the kids, but I have an image of the kids. It's not in the adventure. It's some GM you found it somewhere. He made it or he found it from something else, and So I'm gonna put that, and you're gonna have all these images in the thread. But for now, yeah. So if you want the definitely that map with the districts helps because you can start thinking about where you could go, because the panorama doesn't really help. The panorama is just for color, but the districts helps you. Where are the how you play these old adventure games where in the beginning you have like only one location, right? So the locations you have now are what you have: the old fishery, you have Zalara's home, you have Kirog's home. Obviously, you have everybody else's homes too, but there's nothing important there. But the districts map also gives you like Castle Corvosa. It gives you several locations that and there's also more locations. That's why I think it's a good idea if you have the campaign thread open in a tab browser, so you can go there, because in every district, East Shore, Gray, Heights, Midland, it has a little bit of text. And that text, or it says important locations, for example, the Academy, Castle Corvosa, the Shingles, the Vaults. So, I mean, if you want, you can just tell me that we're going to the Academy. Maybe, in the university there, maybe somebody can help us. Somebody can. You see what I'm saying? So you can do everything you want, but the problem is that you guys don't know where you could go, because, you haven't actually lived in the city. So it's good, like, ideally, you would memorize all the text I've given you, but that's not possible. So, but if you have the text open and you're scanning it, four eyes scanning it, maybe you'll find something that you can follow up on. So I go to the bathroom. Wait! Before I go to the bathroom, yeah, it's too bad that we don't. I'm gonna tell you what the chat log says from last time. So we started the chat log. And Caleb said, we should head back to my place. Wait. Okay. So last time, it looks like you were still in the aftermath of the Cutburst battle.
That doesn't sound right, because we went up to my landlord about that.
Yeah, so I think where we were at is we did the appraising, and then we started to talk about where we were going to go, and we were talking about.
I'm looking at it now. Okay, it's because I've mixed the chat looks. All right, so I'm looking. I think I'm looking at the correct one. Yes, in the morning you woke up by Caleb's landlord, who told you that. Right. I think I could. All right. I'm just gonna give you on Discord what the landlord said. Hold on.
Would it not be better to post that into the chat log?
Yeah, maybe it would be better that way. Let me see. Yeah, I'm doing that now. Ah. All right. I'm deleting it. I don't know why it went. So when I deleted it, is it deleted for all of you guys too?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. That's good. So now I'm gonna give you the correct one. Yeah. All right, there it is now. Right. So after that, you had a little chat with the landlord. He said he has some errands to run, so he left. Then Addison said, "Let's take a look at the Marine's Boy and the Gedron's gear." So then you started the whole. Yeah, and then basically you started all the appraising. I suppose I can give you again the appraising of the results. I am going to give it to you in the third person from. So now you have this too. Right. So Addison obscured some sensitive information with the sword hand, specifically Gedron's name and the mention of the Queen and the Sable Company Marine. Yeah. So just in case, his notebook, just in case his notebook is found, he made a shorthand specifically for Gedron's name and for the mention of the Queen and the Sable Company Marine, right? Okay. The rest, though, I don't want to put it on. There actually is some chat, but it's not that much. I'm gonna put it on Discord.
Did we do all the inventory management in terms of like making sure people like this Gadron's padded armor, like if anyone wanted that, or did we get around to that?
We're selling
No, I'm
Gadron's
sure.
armor,
I'm sure
I
you
thought.
didn't.
But I mean, have all those questions been resolved? Like everyone's equipped to the stuff they want, and we're sort of ready in inventory terms. Or can we move on from that completely?
I thought we had that sorted.
Okay. Like I don't think I needed anything, so pretty much set.
Is Wand of Magic Missile misspelled, or is that how it's spelled in game with two M's?
Let me check.
2 M's. Where would the second M be?
It's the 2 Gs, I think it means.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 2Gs. No, that's a mistake. That's a mistake that I'm gonna have to fix. Wait. Oh. Okay, I'm getting hit with. It looks like I'm gonna have to do it in parts. I'm not done yet. I think I have a bit more. Yep. A bit more. And now everything is on Discord, so you can take a look at that. And by the way, we have to get Kirog to show up on Discord as streaming.
So
I'll
I
try
have
to figure
streaming
that out
mode
first.
enabled. Weird.
Try to disable it and enable it again.
Yep.
Don't I have the same problem? I don't see it for me either.
That's because you are on the channel though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
good
streaming on the
point.
channel. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
No reason why it's doing this. I could try closing Discord and opening it again or something.
Another thing you can try is connect to Twitch your account on Discord, and if it's not connected already, connect it. If it's connected, you could disconnect and reconnect it. That's
Yep.
probably what's doing it.
I see you put a secret message in that text.
Yeah, that secret message only has meaning during the game, so that Nicholas can give you the stuff I gave him. But now
Right.
it doesn't matter because it's not something he's trying to keep from you. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, that makes sense.
So in the future, generally speaking, if there's something that the other player should know, then before I put the chat log up, I edit that out, the secret message. But if it's a secret message that is only supposed to relay information, then I leave it in.
Right.
Connecting and reconnecting didn't do anything.
Do anything. Oops, it did.
Oh, yeah,
It's working.
there it is.
All right, we're good. Right, so
Connecting,
read all the stuff
reconnecting,
that
and then
I
resetting.
read all the stuff that I have on Discord for you, and I'll be back in a sec.
So did we figure out what things we're going to try to sell?
Everything people haven't specifically claimed, right?
Well, I mean, like the Queen's brooch. You said you're gonna say put that in a safe spot. I guess the question is like, if we're going out, what did we figure out what we're gonna take? Because we'd be good to have something on us in case we go to. The markets are actually open, or there's some way we can flog some of it.
Is everything except the Queen's brooch fair game? What do you think?
I mean, I think. Well, first of all, I think all the stuff that where we landed was all the stuff that comes from Gadrins appears to be stolen. There's at least a dispute over whether we
Yeah.
who that belongs to. I think maybe where we landed is, or maybe it's it's not here in the chat log, right? But I think what we were talking about was maybe
I'll
we
be right
put
back. I
that
just
to the
heard a knock
side.
on my door.
Okay. We could put that to the side, and if there's anything that looks like it's not personal property or whatever. Like we looted stuff, right? And I think that stuff's all fair game. There's another thing that we were doing was there was something about, the encumbrance level. So I think maybe we kind of got bogged down in that as well.
I think we have that fixed because we were trying to go without ever being encumbered, which we realized was quite impractical and just gave up
Yeah.
on it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But I guess I don't think we regardless of what we said, I think that based on what the log here says, we need to decide what we're going to take with us, if anything. We've been talking about selling things for a long time in the dialogue, but we haven't really made it happen.
Well,
But this-
the markets aren't open. Like we can bring it with us in the off chance we can, but it's not really something we can depend on doing.
yeah, I mean, there's that too. But like, I don't think we have any information that definitively established that there's like nothing is open. I think it's more like I think it was about the docks, and the assumption is probably everything's been disrupted. But I don't know if it's the case that nothing is open. Like is it all doors are shut or? I think we don't. I don't think we don't know. We could just say fuck it, just leave it all here, and and then see what happens. And we
Guys,
can come
stop.
back.
Stop. I was in the bathroom and I could hear you speaking. Couldn't hear what you were talking about. You're supposed to put that in Discord, in the game, in Fantasy Grounds.
We're trying to remember where we were at, though.
Yeah.
All right. So, tell me then, where were you at?
I think we were trying. I think we decided we were going to go do some stuff, but we hadn't established what are we going to take
I
with us.
gave you exactly. You read that on Discord, all that stuff I posted.
I think that there was some other sort of verbal discussion.
There
Like-
could have been, yes, there could have been some verbal discussion. That's true. Well, if we're on the same page now in terms of at least the text discussion, you can just continue typing.
Okay, are you ready for us to start that? Saf's gone, by the way.
Sorry, I'm back.
Okay.
Okay.
He's back.
Yeah.
Okay, so remember, guys, enter to speak, control enter for action, right? Try not to make that mistake. Enter to speak, control enter for action, and just start typing.
Yep.
One thing that I told you for sure on voice is that we're gonna be handling the rumors if you want to go search for rumors, and the children mechanically. So I have I given you the rules for? I'm pretty sure they're on Discord. If you scroll up, let's see. Yes, if you scroll up a little bit, you will see the rumor rules, which I can put in the game.
I think I asked you. I think I already asked you this, but I just want to check. Like, if we do that thing where we sort of off screen say not off screen, but like say we're going to go look for rumors and stuff, we can like tack things on, right? Like say, okay, if we find a market, we'll go sell some stuff. Can we add some things on? Or
if you find a market,
because we're going to be out doing things,
you
right?
either know where the market. First of all, maybe the markets are marked on the map. Anything that marked on the map is stuff that at least one of you knows. If it's not on the map, then you can roll a knowledge check, and you probably will find. It won't be hard to. I don't know how to put this. It might be better to just do it and see it on. If you're supposed to spend 2 hours looking for rumors, you cannot tack anything into these 2 hours. Those 2 hours are taken up by the rumors, but you can do something before and after. Of course, with the situation being as it is, moving around it can be dangerous. So you want to minimize, I suppose, how far you move. So that's why you're asking this question, right? Partly.
Yeah, but I
Like,
mean, what you
can I-
said, if we could put it on the end, that could
Yeah,
like if
if
we
you
go to the
put it-
market, look for rumors, then do something that could work.
Yeah. Well, the rumor it says here. Let's see. You can go looking for rumors. Yes, and it doesn't say where exactly you go. So you roll 1d4 hours of investigation. Um, yeah, it's a bit vague there. So the question is, when you're looking for rumors, do you go all over the city or do you go in a specific place? It doesn't
I
say.
mean, I'm
Well,
working off the information that we kind of know that the kids are going to be around the markets and things, so it makes sense to look for rumors around that area because somebody might have seen something.
I see what you're saying. So that, yeah.
So you kill two
Well,
birds with one stone.
yeah, I see what you're saying, but I wouldn't do it that way. Like if it says 1 to 4 hours for investigation for rumors, and if I say 1 to 4 hours for to find a child, I'm not gonna put that in one roll unless you split up. I'm gonna roll 1 to 4 and then another 1 to 4. So no, forget about the. You can tack on things, but you cannot do things within things. We can make this more concrete once you do the first roll. You know. Uh, you tell me what you want to do, and I'll tell you how to do it. And then after the first roll, it will be easier to understand how it works. I would also like to quickly look at your campaign traits. Which of you have completed them and which haven't? So Caleb completed his by killing Gedrin. But what about all the others? Let me look at.
Mine
Did you
isn't
start?
like perfectly complete, but I have everything I need.
You
So
have
I'm
the evidence. You have the
yeah.
evidence. So that's one thing. You have to use the evidence. And then what about Nicholas? Let me see here. I think maybe Saf's as well was finished when Gadrin died, but I'm not 100% sure. I need to check it. He has unhappy childhood, religious. Yes, that was also finished when yes, when Gadrin died. So yes, each of these. So both of you should have gotten 400 XP each. Let me look really quickly at the party sheet. I don't know if I've given you this XP. I'm definitely gonna have to do a detailed accounting, but I see here trade award framed. Trade award framed. That was that Caleb's? No. Right. Oh, so I've given you the one that I shouldn't have given you, and I haven't given you the one that I should have given you. Apparently, from what it's I see in the party sheet, I've given you trade award framed, which is Addison's, which you shouldn't have had. Yes, but I haven't given you the other ones. All right. So I'm not 100% if I've given it. We have 603 XP. No. 603. You all have 603 XP. I think this XP started counting since after you left the fishery. Yep, that's what it is. I started giving you, so we haven't calculated. So that's why I gave you the framed, although I shouldn't have given it to you. So the way we'll do it now is, the frame gives you 400 XP, right? I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to remove from each of you 100 XP, and then I'm going to give you the two that I should have given you. Right. So right, so now everyone else has 503. You have not gotten any campaign awards yet. So let me see. Where's...
I'd like to do a knowledge check when you're ready.
That should give you some more XP than you actually had. Betrayed, love lost. Wait, and then Nicholas has inhabit childhood. So I should give you this twice. Yes, this award is the same award, twice. Let's see, and then I click on award. Is it? Yes. So you lost 100 XP because I shouldn't have given you frame, but you gained 200. So overall, you now have a bit more XP than you had. And how much do you need? Well, the main thing is how much does Addison need for second level? And I think he needs 1,300. Let me check real quick. So, yeah, this is the fast track. He needs 1,300, and he has 703. So, not too far. Let me add something. Move the above to the move the above XP to the correct place, and delete the what's it called? It's called. And delete the framed. And delete the frame XP from wherever it is. Right. Okay, so we improved a little bit this. Okay, what knowledge check do you want?
I want to know where the market is,
All right.
on the nearest market.
Shouldn't I do that since it's knowledge local?
I mean, we
No.
can. It's just something I thought of. My character thought of, and anyone can. If I can't think of it, I could ask you.
No.
Like anyone.
So you want to know about markets?
Yeah.
It would markets anywhere in the city or in this?
Near the nearest.
All right. So this is Midland. It's like the middle class.
By the way, where do we see the EXP?
The XP. When you bring up your character sheet in the
Yep.
main tab, where it says wizard at the top, wizard class level 1, and there's to the right there's a magnifying glass.
Okay, cool. Thank
Can
you.
you see it?
Yeah, I got it.
It should be if I would put it in the main sheet if it was me, but
It says XP needed 0 for me for some reason.
yeah, I suppose that I'm not sure why. Am I supposed to put that myself, or I think that the Fantasy Grounds doesn't know which track you're using, the slow, the fast, or the medium. So if it doesn't know that, it cannot know how much you need for the next level.
Right.
I don't see where you could enter that information. So I suppose I could manually enter the XP needed myself, but then I wonder if that's going to be, is that going to be deducted every time automatically, every time I add some XP? I don't know. We'll figure that out at some other point. So I'm going to go to Midland. Okay. All right. So, because you're not training knowledge local, you can only know easy questions, the answer to easy questions. Go ahead and roll knowledge local for now.
How do I do that if I have no ranks in it?
I see. So it's not listed, right? It's not listed at all. So I'm going to add
Yeah.
it for you. There we go. Okay, it's there now. Go roll it.
I think I have to refresh that. I only have knowledge, or is that correct? Is that what it's meant to be? I don't have knowledge local.
No. I'm looking at it now. I can see a knowledge local. You cannot see it. You're saying. I wonder how we can do this. Well, one thing we could do is I could just roll it for you. So let me just do this. I think it's gonna. I think it's gonna show next time you. So GM rolls on knowledge local. See, it says untrained. So you rolled a 9, so that means you don't even know this easy piece of information.
Okay, so with the knowledge check, should I be doing something like, I try to think of this thing,
Yeah,
or
yeah. It depends. It wouldn't seem nice if you say I try to think about the knowledge about the closest
okay,
market. It would make
so
no sense.
can I just continue with like asking Caleb and all that?
Yes, that would make sense. If you ask right after the roll, then we know what the roll was about. You see, without typing anything. If right after the roll you say, "Does anyone know the closest market in Midland?" So now we could roll more knowledge checks. You can go ahead and roll straight away, Kiro.
One
So
sec.
if you roll 10 on high, 10 or higher, that means you know. If you don't, unless you can see it on the map, you can try to look on the map. Does it say anything about a market in Midland? I don't see anything.
Why didn't that dice roll show up?
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
You didn't see the die that I rolled?
I rolled one.
You rolled. You rolled and it's not showing anything? That's crazy. Oh, there it is.
Just go again. The first one was 16. God damn it.
Oh, maybe you rolled it. Did you roll it in the chat log or outside it?
Chat log, but I guess my hand could have slipped a bit or something.
Well, all right. So, well, in that case, everybody can roll then. Go ahead and roll. Jesus.
God.
All on you, Saf.
Wait.
So how do I
Wait.
roll?
Don't roll anything.
Okay.
Why didn't you roll knowledge local?
Oh,
You
my
don't.
bad. Yeah.
Wait.
It's
Then.
untrained, so does it make a difference?
No, but it would still say what is his roll. He didn't. Okay, let me
Yeah,
type
I
here.
just rolled it.
Delete
Sorry.
above roll. You just rolled a d20. Is that what you did?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, because you don't have knowledge local, so I have to add it to
No.
everybody.
Yeah.
Tell me if you see it now. Maybe you can see it. Can you see knowledge local in your sheet?
Yeah. No. Just knowledge.
All right, I'm gonna roll it for
Yeah,
you.
I don't have it either.
Jesus.
Oh,
Oh, when
rolled a
I
2.
roll for you guys, it shows my goblin. But when you guys roll for yourselves, it shows your. That's the main reason. Any case, it makes no difference for the chat log at least. All right, let me add the skill now for Nicholas as well. Oh, intimidate. Hold on. Jesus, that's ridiculous.
How can none of us know where the shops are?
All right. One sec, because I think I may have made a mistake on the sheet.
We've lived in the city, but we haven't left our rooms for like the last.
Home delivery.
Yep.
No, but you definitely live though in different areas.
Yeah, true.
But Kirog does live here.
Yeah.
I should have took 10, shouldn't I?
Oh,
Too
taking
late.
10 is about stuff that you can keep doing, but over and over. But you cannot keep rolling it. You either know it or you don't.
I thought that's take 20. I thought take 10 you could just do, no? Am I wrong?
I'm not sure. We can look it up. Let's look it up.
Is there a rule for knowledge that like you must know to live? Because like,
Not
where's
that I,
his food from?
not that I have seen. Yeah, you can roll knowledge to see if you know how to eat. No, so you died. Sorry. Jesus, these 4, 4, 5, 8, 9. Even though he has a +6, even though Kiro has a +6. If you had put all your skills on knowledge local, maybe you would have known the market. You fucked up. Yeah, it's kind of stupid, specifically that he's living in this and doesn't know what the market. Actually, we did this in the other campaign, Rise of the Rune Lords, where they met Rico's father, and they were chatting with him, and I would be rolling knowledge skills for the father to see what he knows and what doesn't know, and based on the skills, I build up his character. So, for example, why? So you have to answer this question: why doesn't Caleb know where the market is? And you can say, you can come up with a reason for it. Maybe he has been doing stuff that has nothing to do with the market. Like you said, you said maybe he's ordering food in, but maybe he just eats at restaurants.
My character's backstory is he was raised as an urchin in the market stealing shit.
Oh.
So wait, staff, wasn't yours as well?
He was
Yeah.
born in specifically this market. He was born in this market. And he doesn't know it. No, it doesn't. What I could do is I could give him a circumstance bonus because it's in his backstory. This market, I could give him a bonus. Like for example, if I gave him a +4 bonus, that would make it impossible for him because he has a +6 already, not to know the market. So let's do this now. I'll just add Caleb +4. Let's put it this way. Circumstance bonus. Here we go. Add this bonus to his roll, to his earlier roll. All right, so I'll tell you now about the market. All right, and I have the location. I think you even passed it on the way here. Yeah, I'm not sure if you passed it on the way here. So, can you see this arrow?
Yep.
Sorry, where?
Can you
the
see an
black
arrow
one.
on the map?
Yeah.
Do we get a marker there when we first visit there? Or when we discover it?
As soon as possible. If I haven't given you one already, it's just because maybe you didn't spend it. If you just flew by it, we didn't roll any checks, then I didn't put it on. But yeah, I'm gonna put it now. Let's do this now. But first, let me use a whisper. So whisper to Caleb. See, because it's just a 10, I'm supposed to give him, the market is there. He's not supposed to know anything else. So that's what I'm gonna do. It's even the main attraction of Midland, this market.
Caleb doesn't get out much.
You know what you could do. You could have done for your character. You could have you have weaved the whole side story of how he has amnesia. Amnesia. That he knocked his head somewhere.
Dude, if you add amnesia into your game, like it loses its qualification as best game ever. It's the most cliched thing ever.
Yeah, I guess.
Would you do a good story with amnesia anymore? I'm not even sure.
Okay. So what I gave you, you right click on it, you click copy text to clipboard, and then Control V. And I'm gonna add it to the link to the start to the.
I feel like that's not written in Caleb's voice.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, it's like you're reading a brochure.
Yeah. That is something. It's not just that. It's also when people do knowledge checks for monsters and stuff like that, and I just copy paste the whole paragraphs for them. That is not done as immersively as it could have been done, but there's a point where
I need to give the other guys the information, and we break it a little bit.
For the huge walls of text of the of the Kraken or whatever. I don't see how it's possible for let's say West Signal to sit down for half an hour and rewrite it. I don't see how that adds to the game. You want to add as much immersion to the game as you can, but not past a certain point where it makes the game worse by slowing it down so
But
much
can't
that
it
it's unplayable.
can't it just be solved through narration by saying like Caleb starts to explain blah blah blah, and then put that text? So
Let
he's
me tell
not
you something
saying
else.
it.
Let's make the distinction between the big blocks of text for the monsters, or even for the history of the planet and all that stuff, and then you have the little thing like this, which you think, well, Kiro could have rephrased that, but you know what I find the problem with these little quotes that they could rephrase is that when I ask them to actually rephrase them, they leave out information or they leave out flavor, like really cool words that the writers of Paizo have put in. They leave out the cool words. They make it poorer. It's very hard for them. First of all, it's already, even if you're a good writer, it's hard to rephrase it and keep all the flavor. It's hard, even if you're a good writer. But what are the chances that all 16 people who play this game are good writers? Plus, they have to write under pressure, to do it fast. So
Yeah,
I
but
find
I mean,
that, yeah.
I guess what I mean is like can't you just say that he said, like, it's the narrator saying that he said
I
it,
see what you're
and
saying.
so
I
it
could
doesn't
I
have to
could
be in
type
his
it. I could type it that Caleb tells you that the gold market. Yeah, I could do that, I guess. So we could lose that intermediate step of. However, to my mind, the fact that this little bubble comes from Caleb's avatar instead of the narrator makes it richer. It comes out of his mouth. It looks like now anybody who doesn't have the secret, like me and Caleb have the secret message, right? But the rest of you don't. So to me, it looks cool. I think it would be too much. The ideal would be if he rephrased it, but if it's like I said, rephrasing it is hard while keeping the flavor, losing none of the details. It's hard, and doing it fast and doing it well. The other option that West Signal says, I haven't thought of this before. I'm thinking about it now, but it's a toss-up. Oh, we could try it, I guess, and see how it goes. I do think that it will look poor. Like it would look, there's already a lot of blocks of text from the narrator, so we would have even more blocks of text from the narrator, and I don't like that idea very much. But
Right.
you're right though. Like you're right though. It doesn't fit Caleb's character. Just spotting that out. I mean, Caleb's character would just said, "Let's go," or it's a gold market. It's now. Well, let's go. But how do I convey the Adrian Circle and Adrian's work, and it's the largest main attraction in Midland and all that stuff? How do I convey that stuff? Or maybe I should just give it up. Like, why should I convey it? Like, if it was a movie, would a movie, a movie would convey it in a different way. It would have a panning shot of the market and.
Isn't it
Anyway,
always? Isn't it also like it's part of your like part of the game? Like you give them the information as part of the game to try to describe it well and try to pass that information on. And if you lose the details, that's it. You just lost that information. That's just
Yes,
part of your skill as a player.
yes, but it would if everybody had to rephrase everything, the game would be poor. I'm telling you right now. Like you would lose all the cool words that these people put in, and you would lose so much color. And I don't want to lose it. There's already so many other ways in which the players are tested that like I have to weigh these two things. Test the players more, lose color, or test the players less, keep the color. Because there's just you're already tested in so many ways. I don't see the point of losing this color in order to add another test for you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of ways in which, for example, I tell people that ideally it would be nice if you kept up with all the campaigns. So even though you're not supposed to know what's happening in Sandpoint right now, I think it would improve your game if you follow the other campaign. By reading the summaries and all that. And you're saying that from somebody would say that from a game theory perspective, it doesn't make any sense for the player to know what's happening in Sandpoint or what's happening in Aslant, right? But the way I explain it, I'm actually going to write an article about that. The way I'm going to explain is that from a pure video game perspective, yes, it makes no sense and it's bad for you guys to know what's happening, right? But when you're following what's happening in the other parts of the world, you're not playing a game, you're watching a TV show. So the pleasure you get is the same pleasure that you get from watching a TV show. And another way you could see it is that, when you watch a movie and you see the characters, and at some point, the action changes from the characters and it shows you what the villains are doing, or it shows you what other people are doing in the world that eventually will have an impact on the characters, right? So they do this in the movie because it helps foreshadow things, it helps connect things, because otherwise, the villain will appear out of nowhere. You won't know why he's there and how he's there, and then it won't be as much fun.
Right.
So it makes sense. So in that sense, let's give another scenario. Let's say that you are going to fight the characters from Sandpoint, right? At some point in the future, let's say you're going to fight each other, right? So the ideal thing, or not even fight, but just meet up. Let's say you meet up, right? If you already know what these characters have been doing, when you meet them, it's not the same as if you knew nothing. Then you would ask them questions. Where are you guys coming from? And they would say from Sandpoint. What have you been doing in Sandpoint? You can have a whole discussion, and they could tell you what's been happening in Sandpoint. But if you've already been following all the events, then you have no reason to ask these questions, Or if you ask them, you can ask them perfunctorily, a bit boring discussion. So the way I see it is like this. Ideally, in terms of immersion, every team would be in a black box. Nothing would come out of this team unless there's some news that villagers or other travelers convey after months, etc., right? But if all the teams are in a black box, then it doesn't feel to you guys. And if they're only going to meet once a year or once every 2 years, that means that for the whole year or for the whole 2 years, it would be like you're playing a single group game. Like you would derive no benefit from having 4 teams in the world. And then you see what I'm saying? So the way that I'm going to do it is this, because it's more fun. That's why we're playing in the same world. Otherwise, there's other GMs that have 4 groups or 3 groups, and they're not in the same world. Or they're running the same campaign with 2 groups at the same time in different realities. So Imagine me playing all 4 teams Curse of the Crimson Throne. Wouldn't that be stupid, right? That would be so stupid, especially if you're playing in Pathfinder where all this stuff intersects, right? So,
Even if you
when
did
the
it subconsciously, you'd end up doing them all slightly different just for the sake of variety.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's good because every time you run it, you learn more stuff, etc., etc. But why would you run the same one when you have 24 of them to run? You see what I'm saying? It just makes no sense. So, what I'm saying is, eventually the teams might meet and they might fight each other, or they might compete, or they might interact. And when that happens, that's when we're gonna go blank. So when that happens, we're gonna start private streaming, and the new information will be in a private forum. Everything will be, but only for the duration when the 2 teams might reasonably come into contact. So it makes no sense for us to do it from now.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So the way that I've set it up, you have to there's always compromises. So we have the ideal game theory says that the ideal game is the real world, where everybody's first person perspective, where you cannot there's no camera that can pan over the planet and show you that the COVID is coming. You see what I'm saying? The ideal is that, but the games are not ideal. You see what I'm saying? So you have to make compromises to improve the pleasure. So in my mind, from the perspective of a DL theory, it would be best if every team operated in a black box, right? But then all the fun of getting to know how the world, all the pieces of the world and the plot fits together, then that you lose it. So my idea, my implementation is a compromise where you play in your team, but at the same time you can enjoy as a game, but you can enjoy the other teams as a TV show until you actually interact. And at that point, we put we pull the blinders down, and then but it doesn't make any sense. Like, for example, you might meet a character who came from Sandpoint here, right? uh, but if you're in a black box, you know nothing. Like, for example, there is a character later on in this campaign that comes from Sandpoint, right? When you meet this character and he says, I'm from Sandpoint, you guys are going to go like, he's from the town that right now the other guys are in. They're playing Rise of the Rulers. But in Robomu's game, the name Sandpoint will not mean anything to them. It's just a dot on the map. There's like a billion dots. It means nothing to them. But when you hear this name, you know that your friends are there playing. So you're thinking, is there some connection with this character? There's more stuff. But the only way for you to think this stuff is if you have been following the Rise of the Rulers campaign. So you have to follow it for, you don't have to follow it, but if you want the maximum immersion, you have to follow all the campaigns. Obviously, you don't have to do it, like, you don't have to follow it every day, every week. You can not follow it for months, and then you can sit down for a day, for example, and just read everything in one sitting. You see what I'm saying? But just knowing that this place, Sandpoint, is not just a dot on the map, but it's a place with, where your friends are right now and they're doing all this stuff. Anyway, so this entire side discussion was just to explain to you guys that when I have things like this, I have to balance I'm trying to maximize pleasure. So I'm trying to think, I can give some, I can give away some realism in order to increase some other type of pleasure, and I'm just always balancing the stuff, trying to maximize it. So, I don't know. It's interesting. It definitely doesn't look good now that Caleb is talking like that. But it depends. Sometimes some of these chunks of text that I give you do sound good for the character. Like, for example, the very same bubble, if it came from Nilvalor, for example, it would sound appropriate. Maybe even from Addison, it would sound appropriate. But it doesn't sound good for Caleb. So maybe we should be a bit more careful about that stuff, and we can decide it on a case by case basis. And then maybe some of them I will do them as block text, and then some of them we do them as whispers, etc. Anyway, so let me.
Even just
Uh,
letting me write something very brief before that, like saying the gold market's within walking distance of here, and then the block of text would be better.
Go again. What did you want to write?
Well, what I was halfway through writing before you told me to copy and paste it was just something simple like the gold market is within walking distance of here. If I put that in character and then the
Yeah.
block
See,
of text.
yes. If you have put that down, it would certainly sound. The whole thing would be nicer. Go ahead and put this down now, and then I'm gonna post a note that to reverse. Yeah, I can probably fix this in the chat log after. So go ahead and put that down. Right. So this is number 4, right? We're at number 4 now. Jesus, that 4 is too small. What? Do you guys hear the music?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thought you put it on.
I have. Okay, it has to be something with the bot. It must have started on its own for some reason. Dude, why is it?
It's the 10th of July, I see. I think it could be playing up because of that.
I mean,
I hit plus. Well, okay. For now, I'm just gonna kick the bot from the. Okay, that fixed it for now. And yeah, we might have to look for a new bot. And it's possible that because we've had other bots, that it's possible that this YouTube is destroying all these bots. So I might have to like use a program or something.
YouTube's new ad blocking algorithm might be killing a lot of bots, come to think of it.
One thing I'm looking at now is that I have not bothered to make all the numbers equal. I have done this for another campaign, but not for yours. It's tricky. All right. Now I got the 4 equal the size to the 3. So we can have. Let me get the 1. Let me get the 1. Let me do them all now. I might as well. Okay, I did the 1 and the 4, and now the 2.
I see. If you zoom in a bit more, the 1 and the 4 are quite different sizes.
It's there's so many gradations. It's impossible to get them exactly. Let me look again. You say if I zoom in, I will see it more. You have to keep in mind that when you click on it, I don't know, does anything happen when you click on a number? For me, it adds a green circle to it.
White for me, but yeah.
Oh, the one does have the one for some reason does have a white. I don't know why it has a white circle. It's not supposed to. Maybe when you add the white, maybe that's why it looks larger to you. I suppose what I could do is I could remove this white, this one, and put another one in. Put another one here. Okay, so okay, for some reason the old one has the new one doesn't have it. Let's see. Right, so
The
now I
tokens
got
could have been updated.
yeah.
Oh,
So
the
now
white just disappeared on the old one when you moved it.
oh, it did disappear. Okay. Right. Delete token, delete this token. All right. So 1 and 4, and now 4 and 2. Right. All this is going to be a non-issue when we have the overworld, so it's not going to be such a huge issue. But for now, I think it's an improvement, right? And let me pull out the Corvosa key. 4. Gold market. So you can see now the Corvosa key. I'm having trouble. So Eldred's Walk is here, right? You can see it. But where is Eldred's Circle? Where it says in the description. The Eldred Circle must be this. I don't see. I'm gonna Google it real quick.
It says it's between Edred's Circle and Edred's Walk, though. Oh, maybe Edred's Circle is the maybe Edred's Circle is the circular space next to the market, which is more semicircular. It's kind of a weird way to say it though, because it's not really between them. It's like next to Edred's Circle. It's only really technically between them.
Well, we might discover it later. Look at something. The description of Midland. Yeah. Go ahead and read the description of Midland in the forum. If you don't have the link, I'm gonna put it on Discord. Yeah. So if you scroll down, well, actually, I could have given you the direct. Right. And the second link is the direct link to the post. And if you scroll down, there's a paragraph on Midland. It is the home district of the Corvosan Guard and the Sable Company. So that's why it's the safest, apparently. It has the smallest number of gangs and gang battles. So you are in a relatively safe district. So as far as the campaign trades go, so Signal can get his XP basically by turning in the documents, the ledger to the Corvosan Guard. And Dino can get his XP by by finding his brother. So finding his brother will give you 400, and then you can get more by finding all the other children. So if Signal gets his 400 and Dino gets his 400, that's 800. That's 200 each of you, and that would get Addison. Let's see how close he would be at 900. So he would only need another 400 or so, 450 or so level. So that's a reason to
I think nobody like has objected to going out and doing this stuff, so I think It seems like the characters have agreed to go looking for rumors.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even know what guys should be doing. I know what I would like you to be doing to move things forward, but I can't tell you that. But yeah, there's definitely I honestly don't know how you're gonna get to the next stage, the next couple of stages. I don't know because there's all this stuff that can happen. You can do it right now by going to the correct place, let's say, or you could take weeks and months to get there. So I don't know. You're gonna have to start making some decisions, chasing leads, or it's a very bad campaign for Robomu to be starting his game masters. I'm having trouble with it, right? I'm having trouble with it more than any other campaign. Well, I had much more trouble War of the Crown at the beginning with the diplomacy in the Senate, but now they're in a dungeon, so it's fine. But the diplomacy was horrible, and it took me 60 fucking hours, 80 hours to figure it out. That's great. I figured it out, but it's a nightmare, really. And this is not as much of a nightmare, but it's still a nightmare. Anything that's open is a nightmare. Whereas if you start the Pathfinder beginner box, it's just straight away a dungeon. Almost straight away. I think it's a forest, and then they go into a dungeon, something like that. All right. All right. So we found out about the market. Before you leave here, you have to figure out what to do with all the treasure. And another thing I have to tell you about, I'm afraid, is that with the other groups, I've started calculating their encumbrance carefully. And it turns out it's very difficult to stay under light encumbrance. Most people end up being at medium, which means that their movement rate is a bit slower and there's some other penalties. And we found out that some character sheets, some people's automatically calculate the penalties and some people's don't. So the procedure of finding out whose sheet works well and whose sheet doesn't is complicated. It takes a little bit of time. I can do it. And my solution for the ones that the sheet don't work well is to build the character from scratch. So start a new character sheet, add all the stuff in. That's a lot of work. We cannot do it now. Yeah, I don't quite feel right now like doing this whole thing for you. But it remains a question of whether you're going to be carrying all the stuff with you or whether you're not going to be carrying it. Or if you're not going to be carrying all of it, what are you going to be carrying with you? We figured something out, though, that's going to be helpful. If you go to your character sheet on your inventory, where it says, so you have the list of all your items, it says name, all the items, and next to it, there's another column that says location. So the location works very well. And so you can put, for example, location Caleb's lodgings. And if you type there Caleb's lodgings, it indents. I don't know if I'll pronounce it correct. It indents all the stuff that's there, so it shows very well. Like you can have a bunch of locations. You can even have stuff inside other stuff. Let's say you have the Darkwood coffer, for example, right? So let me see. Where's the shiver? The shiver. Who has the? Okay, so the shiver I think is inside the. But let's say that you wanted to put a ring inside. Oh, the backpack. So what is inside the backpack? We haven't done this now, but let me look at. Everybody has backpacks, right? I think. So I'm looking at Addison's list. So he has a pencil, for example, right? And next to the pencil says location. If I type there backpack, if I start typing backpack, it auto completes, and then I just click enter. And now, can you see that the pencil is in the backpack?
Yep.
Let's see how cool it looks. I'm gonna do this for everybody, so everybody can see how it works. So I'm actually hold on. Let's see, for example. Okay,
Can I
so
just start putting my stuff in the backpack?
yes, start doing that. Yeah. You know how you do it. You start typing backpack, and after the first two letters, it all completes, right? So let's do it one by one. So we've done it with a signal. Let's do it now with Saf. So Saf, go to your inventory, and you know where it shows arrowhead. It says arrowhead.
Yep.
Type in the location backpack, and just type the first two letters, and then hit enter.
Oh yeah, I see.
That it should go under backpack. I don't know why it's not. Try the candles. Try doing it with the candles. Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like it did
It's
go
weird.
under backpack, but it's also created some empty spots in my
Yeah.
inventory. I'm not sure why.
With Addison's with Y signals it works perfectly. With your sheet, for some reason, it doesn't work well, and I'm gonna try to fix it myself. Okay. All right, I'm gonna try to do it myself. Let's see. Back. Oh, yeah, it creates those. Anyway, can you see the arrowhead now is in the backpack because it's right under the
Yeah, I
backpack? Can
can
you
see
see it?
the arrowheads in the backpack.
So look,
So
look at
that
the
part
candle.
works. Yeah.
Look at the candle. Yeah, it worked for me. It didn't work for you though. Look at the candle. Again, the candle is in
Yep.
the right place. I just have to delete. Let me just delete these. I don't know why it adds them.
Yeah,
Let
I
me
don't know
see in
why it
my
added
signal.
those.
Oh yeah, it adds them also to Y signal. Y signal, can you scroll in
Okay.
your?
Yeah, I just uncheck them, don't I? Is that how you get rid of them?
You get rid of them by right-clicking on them and then delete item.
Ah, I see.
Try doing that for your own two remaining ones, Seth. Right-click on the line and delete item. I don't know why he adds. I've never seen this before. Well,
Okay,
all right.
that seemed to work. I still
Okay,
have the
so
arrowhead and candle.
try another one. Try the flint and steel. Flint and steel. Try putting that in the backpack, and let's see. Let's see if it's gonna put it in the correct. Like, look, it doesn't. For you, it doesn't put it in the correct. I don't know how you. Oh, what did you do now?
I just pressed enter. Once I press
Okay.
enter, it adds it, but then it
Okay. So
also adds
continue
the
on with
empty.
this, and
Yep.
remember at the end to delete the stuff at the bottom. I'm gonna go with to help Kirog now. So Kirog, let's
Yep.
see. Go to your flint and steel in your inventory, and next to the flint and steel, there's an empty location spot.
I got it.
Start typing
Okay.
backpack. Just the first two letters.
So if you
Wait,
press,
wait,
if
wait,
you
wait,
just
wait.
press tab instead of enter, it doesn't create. I think pressing enter creates the new item.
Okay. So
Try
press
pressing
tab.
tab.
All right. So the problem with you is that you did lowercase. So I'm gonna delete that. Try backpack again, but the same way
Oh,
that
yeah, I
it's in your
assumed
image.
since it auto-filled it would correct. Never mind.
And hit the tab. Let's see
I
what
did.
happens. You did nothing happened. Oh no, it
It-
did. It went in the correct location. And okay, and then it's perfect. It works perfectly. So keep going like this and put whatever you want in the backpack. And now I'm with Dino. So Dino, look in
Sorry,
your
one
inventory.
thing. The stuff I don't want to carry and leave in the house. What do I do with that?
Yeah. So you type Caleb's lodgings, and then Caleb's. it's with K, not with a C. It's your name, dude. Caleb's lodgings, and the L. Let's do it lowercase. Lodgings, lowercase.
Is that how you spell lodgings? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. And
Or is there an E? I'm checking that.
no, that's it. That's it. And that's gonna
Yeah, when I
be.
see myself type it, it's fine.
So let me help now, Dino. So Dino, go to your inventory. And look, for example, where it says oil keen edge. If you scroll down, it says oil keen edge.
Yeah.
And type next to it backpack. Yeah, and then hit tab. Don't hit enter, hit tab. And what happens now, if you scroll up to the backpack, you find the backpack, you see that the oil is inside it.
Yeah.
Right? So you can continue doing this for anything you think should go in the backpack. And then everything you think you want to leave behind in the lodgings, you should type Caleb's lodgings and hit
Yeah.
Out
enter.
of curiosity, did Caleb's lodgings autofill for you guys after I put it in?
No, I don't think it would autofill if Caleb's lodgings was an item in your inventory. I think
No, I'm just wondering why it didn't for me. That's fine then.
it only autofills if it's an item in your inventory. So that you put an item inside another item. But Caleb's lodging is not an item; it's a location. But once you have one item in Caleb's lodgings, I think it's going to put all the other ones in the same, like under it, so that you can very easily see.
So with the Caleb's lodging thing, I don't think that affects the encumbrance.
It doesn't.
No, it does if the item that's in the lodgings, you have to click to be not carried. So
Right, okay.
after Caleb's lodgings, it says the weight, and after that, it's the status. Like, is it carried? Is it equipped? You have to keep clicking, and it says not carried, and then it will leave the encumbrance.
Is a spell book
Sorry.
supposed to be equipped?
No. You only use it in the morning.
Right. What
Saf,
about
you have the flail in the backpack. I don't think the flail will go in the backpack. I think you would hang it on the backpack or on your belt or on your back.
Yeah,
Or
I guess it
something.
might be a little too big. I'll take it out. So if I just delete
So the
backpack.
thing about the backpacks is that if you're encumbered, you can put all the stuff in the backpack, and then when the battle starts, you say, "I dropped my backpack," and then dropping the backpack is just a free action, and then you're not encumbered anymore. That's one. That's the last resort you can do to avoid the penalties.
does it give you any bonus to the encumbrance? Like if you're carrying something in your backpack, like your hands are more free, does it give you any bonus there? Like
You're not gonna get any bonus. Keep in mind that taking something out of the backpack is very much harder than taking it. You know, if you have it on your belt or on your back or anything. You know, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a standard action. It's a big deal to take something out of the backpack. So you definitely don't want anything in the backpack that you would need in battle.
Yep.
Even like a potion of cure light wounds, you don't want to put that in the backpack.
I had all my crossbow bolts in my backpack. I'll take them out.
Yeah.
I'll take half of them out, rather.
Do you have like a quiver or something? I assume you don't.
No, and I also have my crossbow bolts as 2 items for some reason. It's bolts, comma crossbow, and crossbow bolts, 10 each.
I'll be back in a sec.
I'll be back in a minute as well.
Same.
All right.
I'll also AFK.
Back.
Everyone else done.
And I was fucking running.
Back.
I'm still waiting on IC and Saf, I think.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, how's it going?
Saf is away.
Yeah, you better have a chat. Okay, we figured out the backpack, the locations of the items, but you better have a chat about what are you gonna do with all these items while you're out. So let's wait for stuff to get back. It's funny because Shaden started playing with you in the beginning, and he had the drug addict trait. And it says here, if you destroy the Shiver or turn it over to the City Watch, you get 400 XP. And I wonder, if you do it now, does he get the XP in his land?
I mean, is he supposed to still be addicted?
No, none of you have any after effects. You know, all this bad stuff that happened to you. He's not addicted now, but he was addicted. And you know, if you destroy the Shiver, I don't know if it makes sense to destroy it. Why would it? You know, if you turn it over to the City Watch, see, if you turn the Shiver to the City Watch, it says they give you 500 GP, and you get the 400 XP as a group. So
Then why does anyone sell drugs in the town? Why don't they just buy drugs and sell them to the guards?
yeah. Wait, let's figure this out.
I feel like you should have told us that.
No. Look, the reason I'm telling you some of this stuff is because just trying to wake you up to the possibilities. You know, like with the items that you have, that some of the stuff, you know, in a normal CRPG, you would not interact with City Guard at all. Whereas here, you know, there's a bunch of stuff you could do with the City Guard. You know, some with them, some against them, some despite them. There's a lot of interactions, not all of which have been thought of by the people who made the, you know, the campaign, which is where the GM comes in. Yeah.
I mean, with that stuff with the city guard,
First of all, you don't know how to make Shiver, right? I don't even know how to make Shiver. I don't know how they make it. It could be later on in the campaign, or it could be
I
nowhere.
vaguely remember it's made of some kind of spider venom.
Yeah, so you would have to find the spiders, the whole thing. Now, whatever it is, the Shiver you have is processed. You know, it's ready to be sold. And I don't think they just give you the money for the Shiver. I think they give it to you also for, you know, basically shutting down the operation. You know, it's not just for the drugs. I suppose the drugs are, you know, the proof that you've done it.
I'm back, by the way, guys. Forgot to say.
Okay, you're back. Have you been hearing what we've been saying or no?
I heard some of the stuff about the Shiver.
All right. So you're almost up to date. I was just thinking, you know, because Schadenfreude started out with you and he had the drug addict trait. And it says here that if you destroy the Shiver or turn it over to the guard, the City Watch, you get 500 GP and the 400 XP. And I was thinking, do you still get the 400 XP? Does he get it now, even though he's in his land? You can definitely get the reward for you know, for taking the Shiver. I'm not supposed to be telling you this, but like we said, you know, it's the tutorial campaign. I'm trying to help you out. You know, I'm trying. All these items you have, they come from different sources, and you know, you can put all of them to some use. As long as you get your it's usually like most of them. It's something commonsensical. It's just that it's difficult to think of common sense when you've been playing just CRPGs your whole life, because as I was telling them, in a CRPG, you don't interact really with the city guard ever. So your mind in the CRPG, your mind is trained to hoard stuff, like even, you know, stuff that it makes no sense to hoard it. You just still hoard it just in case it's useful or whatever. And
Yeah, you just carry around like a bunch of like useless crap for 90% of the game.
here plus look, in the CRPG, they're not going to give you stuff that you cannot use. Although sometimes they do. Like, for example, in Baldur's Gate, they would have some books in the library that, you know, the book would be a paragraph or something or a sentence. Sometimes they put in some stuff just I don't know. It's weird how they think. But generally speaking, everything they give you, you're supposed to use. Um, but you're not generally supposed to give it to other people unless there's a flashing thing telling you to give it to somebody else. And there's, but here you have to really start thinking. Some of the stuff is very convoluted. You cannot figure it out until much later. But some other stuff, it makes just perfect sense. Like you found the ledgers of this criminal guy, just take it to the city guard. Unless you have something to hide from the guard, but you don't. Do you have anything? You don't. The guard is not. At this point in time, they're not your enemies or anything. You may as well turn the stuff over to them, instead of keeping it under Caleb's floorboards or something. It just doesn't make any sense to keep it there. You see what I'm saying? So you could examine all the items in your possession, and what could we do with this? What would it make sense to do with this? Of course, Nilvalor wants to turn everything over to the city guard, or to the rightful owners. But to track down the rightful owners of every little, it's.
What about the loot of bodies, like Gator and stuff?
Yeah. That's a gray area where, for normal parties, they just loot everything and they just use it for themselves or whatever. But when you have a paladin in the group, it's tough. And you are the only paladin, right? The 16 characters, you're the only paladin, and we have to play your character as realistically as possible according to the rules. You have to remember that you're also the only one with the LG alignment.
Yeah.
So we would have similar issues even if somebody had LG without being a paladin. But keep in mind that you have extra powers because you're a paladin. It's almost like you have a second healer, so that definitely is an extra. And there's other extra stuff that comes later, so you have to balance that out in terms of game. It might make things harder, but it might also make things easier. Like, for example, let's say that the paladin forces the group to take the fully legal route, right? And what happens if he's rewarded for that with some position of power? So, okay, you lost all that stuff, but now your paladin has a position of power. You see what I'm saying? You're going to have to roll with some of that unless you want to kick the paladin out of the party. You see what I'm saying? It's possible. It's not. It's possible that at some point things are going to get. It's possible that his behavior might lead you to a place where it looks like certain death, and then you're going to have to make a hard decision, and you don't know, is it really certain death, or is it there like a deus ex machina that saves you? You see what I'm saying? You don't know, so you have to role play based on what your characters do and everything, and that's what makes the game fun. That's why there's a lot of role playing in your group that doesn't exist in the other groups. So yeah, do your best, and I will be advising you on the way. I'm also advising Dinopog by DM on Discord how to play his character. So there's a lot of stuff there you guys are not seeing. I am going to post that stuff eventually in the forum thread, though. So eventually, just in the case in the future somebody else wants to play Paladin, and then they can have all that advice there, all that info, right? So let's get moving. First decide where you're going to go, and then decide what are you going to do with all the treasure, basically. So let's try to get those two things done. First, chat and finalize where you're going to go. Let's do that now. You should be a bit more specific. You found a lot of stuff. When you say let's leave what we all found, you have been a bit more specific there. Let's leave Gedron's treasure, for example.
Mm.
Whoops. Yeah, so that should be into, not into.
Kirog, the Corvosa panorama. Right-click on it and make it fit the.
Sorry, what does right-clicking do? I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, you're seeing it there. It says not that one, the other one before. Right-click in on the image, not on the side of the image, on the image itself.
Ah.
Right-click. Okay, and then there is one that says view. Maybe I think the view one. View.
Zoom
Then
to
zoom
fill.
to. I'm not sure. Yeah, that one. And Saf, you've zoomed into the districts of Corvosa is not meant to be used the way you're using it.
Oh yeah,
You're
I forgot to zoom it back out. Yeah, I zoomed it in at one point and then.
The zoom in is you have the zoom in the main map in the background. That's where it's zoomed into the square that you want to go.
Yep.
That's it. So zoom out a bit. Oh yeah. Right. I need to roll now. So the first day for random encounters, you roll 52. So in the second day, I roll for day and night. And on the third day. So I'm supposed to roll for random encounters for today. I'll do that now.
Who has the ledger? I can't find it in the party sheet.
Oh, let me. From time to time, you have to remind me.
I know, I got it. Let's see it.
To
Novelize.
the party sheet, because the party sheet keeps. I have to click the rebuild. It's not. You have to remind me every now and then. Inventory.
No, I know. Maybe you should transfer.
Forgot an apostrophe, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also didn't. There should be a space in into for me. Dino, maybe you should pass the ledger to me.
Yeah. How do I do that?
Right. So the way you do it is you pull up the party sheet, and you go to the inventory section of the party sheet, and you pick up the item from the blue ribbon from your inventory, and you drop it in the party sheet.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how that works. And then from the party sheet, the other person pulls the ribbon and puts it into his inventory. So, Caleb made the argument there for the Kraken statue, but obviously it applies to almost everything in the treasure. So now the question is, Nilvalar is supposed to answer back, and so let's do it this way. Dino,
Yeah.
send me on Discord as a DM what you want to say to Caleb.
Yeah.
Basically, this discussion, we already talked about it with Dino by DM on Discord a while ago. I gave him several options to deal with the situation, and he can choose one of them or he can make his own. But I need to micromanage this because he has to play as a paladin, and he's not quite sure how to do this exactly. There's also a difficulty, like he's supposed to put his foot down, but first of all, Dino, generally speaking, is not the kind of person to put his foot down. So we already have a problem, but the way uh, can he play this role? That's the question. Can he play this role? If he cannot play this role, I can help him play it, but I will need to do this micromanager. So let's see what he says here. Okay, so go ahead and post what you send me, Dino. And does this mean, though, that all paladins have to be strong-willed? You see what I'm saying? How can he be like a knight in shining armor if he's not confrontational? How can you be non-confrontationally lawful good? It doesn't make much sense to me. You see what I'm saying? Although I did give him some options that are semi. Ultimately, there will be a confrontation, but there are several ways it can play out. Some of them are less direct than others, but that's where it's difficult to play the character. That's why you have to be, I suppose, a good player in this game. You have to be a good actor, and you also have to be able to come up with these different options for your character. So some of the options Dino is coming up with, some I'm coming up with. But the end result, that's what to me, it's not important. It's not important who. What's important for me is the end result. Like, I want this paladin to play as a paladin. I don't want to screw this up. So I don't mind helping Dino as long as the end result. Like, at the end of the day, I'm even willing to take control of the character myself as an NPC to play out this dialogue if necessary. There's also another resort, a last resort, which is that Dino can choose to switch from paladin to fighter. So he can lose his there. There's a mechanic where he loses his paladin powers, etc. But right now, it hasn't come to that yet. It's not so bad. Okay, so he gave this answer. So let's see what the other guys say about that. So I was saying before that there's a 20% chance for random encounter in the day and in the night. And the first day, I rolled, while you were sleeping in the hold of the ship, I rolled 52, so no encounter. Second day, I rolled 95 for the day, no encounter. 4 for the night. So at the night, there was an encounter, it was a cut versus. And just now, I rolled again for day 3. I rolled for the day and I rolled for the night. I'm not going to tell you the numbers, obviously. But yeah, so there's a 20% chance that doesn't have to do with anything else. So it's not, if I roll 20 or lower, it means something happens. If I roll 21 or higher, it means nothing. And then if there is an encounter, then I roll on the tables on the D100. And then I take into account the anarchy level of the city. So the more anarchy means the more chances of more difficult opponents, etc. Right. Right. Okay, that's something new. The suggestion that turn in something small first is something that nobody has said yet. So that's something new. That's interesting. You know, instead of killing yourself right now, you can just take, little steps. All right. When you say you're almost sliced in half, you mean Nil Valor, right?
Yeah, I'm speaking to no Valor. I don't really know how to specify that in the chat.
Oh yeah. Tell him, guys. There's a way, right? With the emotes.
I guess I could have put nil Valor and a comma instead of or before everything else.
Yeah, you could, but there's the more elegant way of doing it. Look, do you have the Fantasy Grounds? If you
Yeah,
go on
looking at
Discord,
it.
so the way you do it is /mood.
Yep.
And then in parenthesis 2 lowercase the t 2 nil valor, and then it makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. It does make sense though, even from both of you, Idison and Caleb, are replying to nil valor, so it does make sense already. But if you want to make it a bit nicer, you could do that.
Sorry,
right, so,
/mood and what? 2 nil valor or at nil valor?
I would say 2.
Yep.
It'd be at if you were yelling.
Yeah, but it's an emote, so it's like I'm looking at him now.
So I got a response from
talking.
Dino on the DM. Partly he's delaying it. He says, "Let's discuss this later." Fair enough for now. Let's discuss this later. Keep in mind, you cannot keep putting it back forever. Hold on. Let's read what Nicholas is also saying.
Anything could happen. It could get Caleb's place could get robbed, and then the problem would go away.
Yeah, but
Let's
then...
just wait until we wipe out. We all die, and then it doesn't matter.
Just keep kicking that can down the road.
All right. So, Dino, read this last response first, just in case. But the response you send me does make sense, and it's a baseline for you guys to. So you can just type if you want exactly what you sent me, or if you want to add something, just go ahead and add it straight away. All right, so we made some progress. You have your target, where you're going, and you have some ideas on the items. So now the next question is: so first, we know where you're going. Second, what are you going to do with the items for now? Are you going to take them with you? Are you going to leave them back? And which ones are you going to leave back? So again, you're going to have to discuss this. So go ahead and do that. Dino, you don't need, for this discussion, you don't need to consult with me.
Okay.
Now it's solely a case of you guys, figuring out how to not lose this stuff or get into trouble over it. And then if you're going to be storing it, you want to figure out where is the best place to store it. Another thing, when you zoom in this specific case, I'm talking about Saf specifically, because you're zoomed in, Saf, on your stream, that number 3 looks very ugly on the stream when it's zoomed in. So you have to, the other guys are zoomed out, but if you want to zoom in, which is good because you're in the room, zoom in such a way that the 3 is not in the picture.
Yep, I get what you mean.
I can also help on moving it further. I can also help. No, but go ahead and zoom in so we can see the beds. I do like to be able to see the bed and the desk and all that. And then that's it. That's perfect. And let me look at the other guys, because now you might want to look at the room, and so if you zoom in and look at the room, try to keep the 3 out of the picture, and I can also help by moving it a bit further away. Which sword is that?
It's the
Like the map,
Masterworks sword. It's in my backpack.
which you found where?
Was that the Sable Marine one?
Yeah, I think it is.
The guards should be capital G.
Yeah.
For specifically for Kirog, I'm saying now.
Yep.
Okay, that is bad. That is bad. Well, is it bad? I'm trying to think from your perspective. Well, you just killed 2 criminals. It is vigilante. It's not, it's not legal. But um, you're right, though. You're right, though. You're right, though. It makes sense to.
Well,
Yeah.
realistically, I'd justify it in some way, whether or not it made sense, you know?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. If you actually met the guard, both viewpoints make sense. Both Addisons that with all the anarchy taking place, it's not a huge deal. But even without the anarchy, you don't know. Look, okay, I'll tell you this. Corvosa is definitely they're definitely obsessed with rules. So yeah, they definitely do not take. It's not the best place to be a vigilante here and break rules, break laws. So that's in terms of the lore. What Caleb says makes more sense. But on the other hand,
I'm
they
more
do
meant
take
to.
care.
I'm more meant to imply like who's like accounting for these dead people. Like who would make the connection?
No, no,
It's
no.
all this
But what I'm saying is you're right. Nobody's going to make the connection if you don't go anywhere near the guard. But if you waltz into their headquarters and say we killed those, here's all the stuff we got from killing those people, then you might get into trouble. You see. Um, so the difference is whether you're going to advertise and whether you're going to report your actions, your full actions to the guard, or whether you're just going to keep your distance or something in between. It's hard to tell. It's not an easy decision. Definitely, it wouldn't be an easy decision even before the anarchy, but now it's even more complicated. So who knows? You don't know. You don't know how they're going to react. I do know how they're going to react. I know exactly, but I can't tell you, right? So you have to figure it out yourselves what to do. Right. So the main thing is now, what are you going to do with the bulk of the treasure? Where are you going to keep it? Are you going to carry it along with you to the market, or are you going to leave it here, or something else? Well, yeah. What do you mean by hidden, though, Seth?
Um,
If you look at the items in the room, it's not like there's a closet or anything.
right. I thought there was like a. I might have forgotten. I thought there was like a hidden floorboard area or something.
No, so I think at some point, Kirog mentioned, loosening a floorboard.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's what I thought there was a place he was keeping stuff, but I couldn't.
Keep in mind, I wonder if I could put in a, well, even if I put in some kind of closet, it would still be easy for anybody to. Let me see if I have modules, assets. Let me see if I have a closet. Do I have anything like uh, furniture? Oh, it's a desk. So I have desks. Closet. No, it doesn't seem like. Look, I don't have a huge collection of tokens here. I bought some, for the War for the Crown um, campaign. Um, we don't have to have the closet in order to have a closet. Like we can have it without. Uh, so I'm just trying to figure out now if he's. Yeah, it does make sense that his lodgings would have. Okay, let's say there's a closet in there as well. That's about all the furniture he's got. He's got the desk, the chair, a bed, and a closet. So you could have them in the closet, or you could say under the closet, or something like that. Wait, wait. The no, no, no. Okay. I'm gonna delete. I see what you're saying. We have to figure this out now. Don't type anything. All right, all right. Delete above remark. I type here, and we're gonna assume that after you went to sleep, you put all the treasure somewhere.
Okay.
Because if the landlord saw that stuff in the morning, then I'm gonna have to figure out what the landlord does with this information. And first of all, he could have said something on the spot, which he didn't say because I hadn't realized that. And then he might have thought you're looters. And then if he thought that you were looting, then it's up to me to decide what he would do with this information. It might not be good. So let's not make it complicated for us now.
Okay.
Let's just say that for the night, okay, I'm gonna type here. Assume that for the night, all the treasure was placed uh, under the desk with the chair in front, hiding it from view. Okay, and then you took it out after you put it on the desk in order to you could also, lock the door while you have the items out, just in case anybody barges in on you again. By the way, I don't think I gave you XP for the cut purses. And the reason I didn't is because the cut purses are not in the adventure, they are in the random encounters. So there's no, the adventure has XP parcels. Everything is in XP parcels. But for random encounters, the GM is supposed to make these parcels himself. Maybe I gave it to you manually, though. I'm not sure if I gave it to you manually. So I have to make a note for myself. Check this so that you get all the XP from. Did he mention it though?
He said, "I can try to hide the queen's brooch in a safe spot." So okay, I don't know what
Yeah,
the capacity is,
just
but
for the queen's sword. But what about all the other stuff? You see what I'm saying?
this is this is a query. Like,
Yeah, you have to choose. Like, you definitely keep in mind. Another option that you have is you can say, I take the queen's brooch and I put it in my boot, for example. You see what I'm saying? So if it's something that seems very important to you, you can figure something out like that. I put it in my boot, or I put it, like. So if you put it in your boot, it would only find only if they strip search you. If you put it, under your breastplate or something, it will be found easier. Um, so try to be inventive here, creative. Figure out what's the most important stuff. Maybe you can take it with you, the most important stuff, unless it's bulky. Like, for example, the coffer with the shiver. You cannot carry it with you unless it's in the backpack. Uh, so maybe you could leave that behind. I'm quite pleased with myself because I figured out the next random encounter much easier than last time.
So we have established that I do have a safe spot, right?
No, we haven't established it. Maybe you said something about loosening a floorboard. You definitely don't have one, but you can try to let me look at your skills if there's anything that can be used to create. I would say probably the disabled device is. Let's read the description. Right. It's that's the closest that I can think of.
Sleight of hand, maybe.
Sleight of hand. Let's look at that. Yeah, sleight of hand. Um, the disabled device is a little closer, I think, because
Yeah, sleight of hand is for hiding stuff on you.
yeah. Um, so yeah, there's definitely no rule that I know of at least in the book, in what I have read, because there's all these books I haven't read, obviously, about if you hide something, how can someone find it? There's definitely rules for finding stuff, because when you're in the fishery, there's all this hidden stuff that requires perception checks. But I think the way that we would do it is we would roll your disabled device to see how well you hide it, and then somebody would have to beat that with his perception to find it. I think that's how we would do it. And we would use the sleight of hand for you hiding stuff on your person. So if you wanted to hide the brooch on your person, we could use that. So the way that I would do it is like this. You hide now whatever you want. You tell me whenever you want it. And if there's no problem, there's no need to roll anything, right? But if at some point someone, NPC is checking, then we roll your roll and his roll to see how well what happens. So for now, there's no reason to roll anything. You just describe where you put what. That's all we need to, in order to get you out of this fucking room now. You need to describe. We need to figure out the inventory, basically. We need to figure out what goes where. And you definitely don't want the crossbow bolts in your backpack.
I have half of them on me, half in the backpack.
Half of them. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. The easiest way to do it, I suppose, is first of all, pick out if there's any special items like the brooch, and deal with that first. Those items, 1, 2, 3, 4 items, whatever they are. After those items are done, then we assume that all the others are going into one location, and then we type that in your inventory. And ideally, then is when we would deal with encumbrance. 2 of you have no problems with encumbrance. It's I think Addison and Ilvalor have no problem right now. They're light. Ilvalor because he's so strong, and Addison just because he's not carrying much. And then Caleb and Nicholas they are light encumbered, but that's normal. I don't think, we could try to get them. Yeah, we could. Like, for example, okay, the flail. Where is the flail? Because you have it as not carried. If it's not carried, where is it, Saf?
That is a good question. I thought I was just carrying it. I think we put them on the table or something. I put the equipment I wasn't using on the table.
Next to the flail, type Caleb's lodgings.
Yeah.
Also for the scholar's outfit. And the scale mail.
We seem stuck at this last thing I said.
Yeah, we're stuck there, and it's up to Kirog. Move things forward.
Did I do a disable device check?
No, like I said, we're not gonna roll anything unless there's a reason to roll, unless somebody's trying to
Yeah.
find the stuff. So for now, I just need to know, figure out what the important items are. 1, 2, 3, 4 important items. You've established that the brooch is important. So where do you want to put the brooch? And anything else that's super important to you. And once you've dealt with that stuff, whether you're going to carry it on you or whether you're going to try to like loosen the floorboard or whatever you want to do, then we're going to move on to the bulk of the stuff. Let's deal first with whatever you guys think is important, especially important.
And we established I have a closet, right?
Yeah, there's a closet somewhere in the room. Too bad I don't have an actual closet to put in there. Maybe next time.
Did I have closets? It seems like it'd be a wardrobe. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter.
Explain to me the difference. A wardrobe is just
A wardrobe is freestanding. A closet is kind of built in like a kitchen counter.
Really? All right. While you type, I'm just gonna do a Google wardrobe versus closet.
They probably are used interchangeably, but I believe that's the correct definition.
It says a wardrobe is larger and can hold more items, such as clothing, shoes, and other accessories. So the wardrobe is the larger one. A closet typically has shelves and hanging space, while a wardrobe may have drawers, shelves, and hanging space. Okay. Closet, shelves, hanging. So the wardrobe is larger and has drawers. Let's stick to the closet since it seems to be the smaller thing.
Okay.
What's up?
Yeah. Let's see what's going on with it. I was looking at something else I want to tell you, but for now. All right. So, go ahead. Who has the shiver, for example? Go ahead and as long as you agree to the plan, go ahead and next to the shiver. Actually, I don't think there's a thing that's a shiver. I think it's the Darkwood coffer.
No, I have the shiver and couldn't find the Darkwood coffer earlier. It seems to be the other way around.
All right. So if you want to take his advice and you want to put the shiver in your boot, just type boot next to the location. And
How do I
you know,
give him that? Or
well,
will I hang
look.
on to it?
Let me see. Okay, you're slightly encumbered. Well, you know, you have light encumbrance. So when it says encumbrance is light 38, that means between 38 and 76. You know, so now you're lightly encumbered, but we don't know yet. We have to see after you've unloaded all the treasure.
I mean, I'd prefer to carry it because, you know, everyone's got to kind of make a decision about what they're taking, and that's the thing that I thought of.
All right.
It
So
just seems simpler. I just pick it up, put it in my boot, and then someone else can decide what they want to take.
all right, but right now it's on Caleb's inventory. So, Kiro, drop the shiver in the party sheet. By the way, I think that
Done.
yeah, I think you only dropped. Let me see.
Yeah, you
You
need
only dropped 1 out of 20 doses.
Ah,
So in order to drop all of them, I think with control, try with control. You should be able to move all of them with control.
no.
No. Hold on, let me see.
Ah, it's shift.
Oh, it's shift. All right, it's shift. So with shift, you should be able to take all of them. Signal.
Why did it just go from 20 to... Oh,
Because I moved one by accident.
alright.
All right, cool. So I'm still lightly encumbered. And can I just put like boot for location?
Yes, that's what you need to do. Right. So let's have somebody now do the. And remember, when you're doing the location, don't hit enter. Hit tab. Otherwise, you create an empty inventory item that you're gonna have to delete. Up to now, I've been deleting them for you, but keep an eye out on that. And now you've done with the shiver. Let's do the let's do the Queen's Brooch. And then what about Gadrin's Ledger? Do you want to carry that around?
I've already got that.
Okay,
We already
you have
got
that. So you're carrying that in your backpack. You're also carrying Zalara's Harrow deck. Okay, so I'm looking at my Signal's inventory now, and he has the longsword that he said, you know, because he wants to sell it, and he's still he doesn't have a lot of stuff, and he's still below his encumbrance. So as far as his inventory goes, it's good. It's good. So his is done. We could do it that way. We could do one person at a time. So, for example, next is Nicholas. And he's left flail, scale mail, scholar's outfit in the lodgings. He's using the morning star. He has a torch with him. The holy symbol, chainmail. He's wearing buckler. It's equipped. And then in his backpack, he has stuff mostly that doesn't. It's easy to carry, like the silver sheen paste, arrowhead, candle, ink pen, metallic throwing star. It's just a throwing star. You can have it in your backpack. So he's good. He's good. He's good as well. Let's check Caleb's now.
Yeah,
Okay,
with
so
my armor, it's pretty much impossible for me to stay under light, so I'm just going to stick with
it's
light.
impossible. Yep, you have to stick with light. So the question is, so you've left in the lodgings now the arrows, the mug, cut versus wound stick, trail rations.
I want to sell some of my old weapons and armor. That's why I'm carrying some stuff that seems kind of redundant.
Okay. So, for example, you have a gold ring.
Was that part of the treasure, or
Yeah. First of all, I don't know why it says its value. It shouldn't say its value. I'm deleting the
it doesn't
value.
show me that?
You don't see the value?
No.
Why it was identified? I don't know why I deleted it. Oh, that is probably the ring that the guy gave you on the street that you helped him.
Correct.
So okay, that is your ring now. I mean, that is the group's ring. So where do you want that? Put that in. Is it in the backpack? Are you wearing it on your finger? If you're
Okay.
wearing it, then you have to put it equipped.
Not much point in wearing it right now. Backpack.
Just a quick thing that I think isn't important now, but I just realized I'm supposed to have a bound item, and I think I chose the signet ring, but I don't see that in my inventory.
I see.
Because that's what I used
So
to have that extra spell slot.
so let me see items. Let me see type signet to see if that's an actual item. Okay, there's an actual item signet ring in the Pathfinder core rules. So that is probably it costs 5 GP. I wonder if you get that for free or you have to pay for it. You probably get it for free, right? You know what? Find me in the core rulebook where it says about this ring. In the meantime, I'm gonna drop it in your inventory. So now you have it in your inventory, and then I'm gonna put it equipped, so you're wearing it. It has 0 weight. It costs 5 GP, and I think it comes for free with your character. Okay, so while you're looking that up, let's try to finish up Kirog's inventory. Um, any of the stuff that you think you should leave behind, Kirog?
So it's on page 78 under Arcane Bond.
All right, let me check it real
At
quick.
first level, wizards form a powerful bond with an object or creature. This bond can take one of two forms, a familiar or a bonded object.
I'm pretty happy to carry the stuff I'm carrying.
Wizards who select a bonded object begin play with one at no cost. Arcane bond objects must fall into one of the following categories: amulet ring, staff, etc.
They're always masterable quality. Weapons acquired at first level.
So I have to equip it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's already equipped.
Where does it say signet though? Like, where is it specifically?
I would have got that out of the item list.
I see.
That's later on. I don't know if there's a more
What does
appropriate rank.
signet mean? I'm gonna Google. Do you know what signet means?
I think it's something to do with what's on the ring.
A seal used officially to give personal authority to a document. So it's like your signature.
Like a wax seal thing.
Yeah. Right. So
It says a
yeah.
bonded object can be used once per day to cast any one spell that the wizard has in his spell book and is capable of casting even if the spell is not prepared.
Does this take away from your memorized spells, or is it in addition to them? It says even if the spell is not prepared, so it's an addition.
Yep.
There's other stuff also you have to leave later for adding magical qualities to it, etc. All right, so it's a signet ring. The difference is, okay, it's a masterwork, so let's see if we can add that to the description. Where it says signet ring. So I want to see how. Okay, okay, signet ring. In the start, I would just type MWK. That's how everybody. MWK.
Should be lowercase s.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. The way they've.
For the longsword, it's not, it's uppercase.
Is it for the long? Let me see. Masterwork. It's
I feel like there
uppercase.
are
Yeah.
different schemes that are going on here.
Yeah, there are different schemes, and I'm trying to reconcile them, but it's not easy. So for now, we're just gonna leave it like that. Masterwork signet ring equipped, so that's done. All right, so let's go back to Kirog's list there. So he says he's happy to keep all this stuff. Yeah, that's fine. You know why? Because most of the treasure you gave to Nilvalor since he has all the strength. So let's jump now to Nilvalor and let's look at what's going on here. In terms of weight, he could carry everything without slowing down. That's fine. But like we said, you want to leave some stuff behind. So let's figure out now which stuff he's going to leave behind. Like for example, Gedron's padded armor. Unless you want to carry it, you could sell Gedron's armor. Gedron's
That
armor
is
is
quite valuable, and I don't want it, and it's no real use to anyone else.
yes, it's valuable. So the one thing about Gedron's armor is that the paladin probably wouldn't have any problem selling that, because it's not. Well, it could be stolen, but how would you find? Gedron's armor. No, let's assume that Gedron's armor is Gedron's. I mean, because at the end of the day, since that guy has stolen everything, you could say that everything he has is from the proceeds. If you wanted to go full retard, I guess you could say that you should give it to a charity. You should give the armor to a charity, or sell it and give the money to charity. But let's not go full retard now. Let's not make things extremely difficult for us. They're already difficult enough. So you could sell without problem Gedron's padded armor. It's magical, by the way, right? You've identified it as magical, but you don't know. You haven't identified what kind of magic. So you have a value. It would help more if you knew exactly how magical it is. Keep in mind that market is not for magical items. Let me read about that market for a sec. But I don't think. I think you would have to find a magic store to start selling the magic stuff. It won't be easy, definitely.
Should we do a
No,
knowledge check?
it's about foods and handicraft. Actually, there is a place that we might be able to do some business for magic stuff, maybe. All right. So as far as you know, but armor is you would expect either a an armor shop to sell the armor, or a specialty magic shop. Definitely not in in market stalls. In an open air market, you wouldn't expect to be able to sell magical armor in a
We do some knowledge checks for those stores.
No, you did already a knowledge check for the you're gonna have to go over there and ask. So for the battered armor, okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put the armor in Caleb's lodgings. Okay, and then we have the Sable Marines bow, which again, Caleb's lodgings. And then we have okay, and then we have the stuff like the little treasure, like the Chelix coat of arms, Darkwood coffer. Wait, explorer's outfit. You're also gonna leave in Caleb's lodgings. The outfits are only when you're not wearing your armor, basically.
Okay.
So you have the Kraken, you have the Darkwood coffer, the Chelix coat of arms, you have the Abalone shell, miniature gold crown, teak cigar case, all that stuff. So, oh, by the way, the brooch is Dino has the brooch. So who wants? You said that somebody's going to carry the brooch on him. Who wants the
Oh,
brooch?
nobody's responded to that, so we don't really know. Like,
Okay, so figure that out now. And if it's gonna be Nilvalor, then he has it on his person, and then he has to write. If it's somebody else, then we have to do through the party sheet. So figure out what you're gonna do with it.
We definitely said in a previous session that's the one thing we weren't going to carry on us.
Okay, so look, since Nilvalor is your tank, he might as well keep it, right? So just say something, Dino, like where are you gonna keep it, and just type it in. You said I'll take the brooch with me, and then just say, are you gonna have it in your backpack? Are you gonna try to hide it or so whatever?
I don't know where to
Oh, by
hide
the
it.
way, in terms of the hiding, the best person to hide it definitely is Caleb on his person, because he has to check the. So at this point, if you want, Kiero, you could interject that, give it to me, I can hide it better or something like that, if you want to. So it's a toss up because Nilvalor is harder to kill, but Caleb will be able to hide it better if you get strip search or something.
We said the guard is like a group, or guard, singular, not plural, right?
The city guard. The
Yeah.
guard is it's like you're saying the police.
Right, right.
Um, Something you just said, Dino. You said that there's no pockets with his armor on, but that's not really true. I think we're assuming that because how do you keep, for example, the cure light wounds potions and stuff like that? You do have
Yeah.
pouches on you. You do have
Alright.
pouches on you. So
Mm.
let me just type something here. Adjust Dino's. Um,
I think it's a
okay.
more question of like your abilities.
Well,
Like
it's
as to whether
important.
he can keep them. As to whether, like that seems to be the issue. Like Urok has a skill of concealing things.
Look, the skill of concealing is, that's why you're giving it to Kiro. But whether he has pouches on his armor or not
Right,
is
right.
another thing. It's not, it
Yeah.
has nothing to do with the skill. It has to do
Yeah.
with, do these armors have pouches, and they must have. Otherwise, you would not be able to carry any potions without putting them in your backpack.
Yeah.
And obviously, you can carry them. We could look into this further, but I think it's mostly up to us. And then it's the question of, okay, how many pouches do I have? By the way, uh, Caleb at least does have pouch belt, and it says empty, and that is an item in the book. So so you can actually have a belt of pouches that attaches to the armor, and you should all have one of these. Let me look in the book. Items, pouch. Just type pouch, belt pouch. Let's see, Pathfinder core rules. Yes, Pathfinder core rules pouch. Okay, I have it. It costs 1 GP. So let's do this right now. Actually, let's do this right now. So first, I'm pulling up Addison's inventory. So do you want a pouch belt? You need one because you have 3 potions of cure light wounds on it. So I'm going to take out 1 GP from your money. So you're down to 68 now.
Okay.
And I'm going to drop belt pouch. And now you could put the potions in the pouch using the location feature. Try that. The question
Sorry,
is,
type in something.
oh yeah.
Did you say you gave me the belt? Okay, so you want me to put the pouch goes in the belt.
Let's figure out first what you said. You said the best way is to turn in the to the queen. You mean?
I mean, it depends on the situation. We might. The problem is they're going to ask us. So we turn the ledger in. They're going to be like, "Well, did you find anything?" So then you got to decide, like, what are you going to tell them? What are you not going to tell them?
But why did you say that having the Valor with us should quell any suspicions? Why? Because he's a paladin. The question is, like, in this world, how obvious is it when someone is a paladin? Like, what, does he have a cross on his head or something, or does he radiate lawful goodness?
Has an aura.
So, yeah, I mean, he does have some magical stuff going on there, but that I don't think it's nothing visible. So, I mean,
there must be some kind of like maybe if it's not a uniform, there must be some look to like it. Like they must be able to tell the difference.
If there is a look, then Caleb would have that look. You would make it his business. All the thieves would have that look. So there's obviously no look. There are night orders, and there's even a book about night orders that I wanted to read and integrate. But you don't have to be part of these orders to be a paladin. Otherwise, it would say in the core rule book if you had to be. So I think there's no way for anyone you interact with to tell that anybody's lawful good or anybody's a paladin unless they
What about
have.
the holy symbol? Does he have some sort of holy symbol that he carries? And is that
Not that
visible?
I know of. Does the book say anything? You can look into the book where it says about the paladin. Even if he has this holy symbol, I don't think there's a holy symbol for paladins. It would just be a holy symbol of his god. So I don't think that says by itself anything. Plus, you could carry any holy symbol, even if you're chaotic evil. You could carry any holy symbol. You could just grab it. You just buy it. So that doesn't say anything. I think the only way for obviously in the world there's a difference between a paladin and a non-paladin, right? First of all, keep in mind that even if somebody is a paladin, there are mechanics through which he loses his paladin status. So let's say you trust him, but what if at that point he's losing his status and he stabs you in the back? You see what I'm saying? Like it's no guarantee that he will treat you. He might also fail. Like he might really want to help you out, but he might fail. So it's not. But I think that for his paladin status to be of use to you, there would have to be in the NPCs you're interacting with. There would have to be somebody with a power to figure out his alignment. There are spells, priest spells, wizard spells, where they figure out somebody's alignment, so they can figure out his alignment. And maybe there's spells where you look into somebody's head, and you can see his motivations and his but it wouldn't be something with you marching into the city guard and they can see immediately, oh, he's a paladin. So you see what I'm saying? So
Right.
Should we delete that then?
So no, we're not going to delete. We're going to do it's having Nilvalor with us. I'm going to just rewrite it. Should help. Just that it. So instead of quell any suspicions, you're saying should help in the sense that after a while of people talking to him, they can see what he's about.
Yeah.
Which is not going to quell all suspicions, but it's going to help. It's going to be helpful. Definitely, it's going to be helpful. Having a goody two shoes guy around definitely helps. All right. So what we do now is drop the brooch from the party sheet, and Dino should take it from there. No, sorry, other way around. Dino should drop it in the party sheet. All right, and here, take it and put it. Yeah. Hide it wherever you think you can, and then after you, I'm gonna wait to see where you're gonna put it, and you can actually type first. You type in with Control Enter that I hide the brooch, lowercase b. I hide the brooch wherever you want, and then hit Control Enter. So the hide location, it works in two ways. First of all, it's in
Can I just say under my
way.
shirt?
Like, for example, you say under your shirt, right? And then if somebody searches you for the item, it doesn't matter where you've hidden it, because he's just going. You're going to roll, and he's going to roll, and we're going to see which is better, right? So in one way, it seems like it doesn't matter where you put it, but on the other way, it does matter. You know why? Let's say that you jump into a river, right? And you say, I take off my clothes and I jump into a river. If you have hidden the brooch in your boxer shorts or something, or in your underwear, then maybe it will be with you in the river. But if you have it in your boot and you take off your boot, then you cannot take it with you in the river. So
Are you asking me to put it up my ass or not? I can't tell.
no. I'm just trying to explain that although on the one hand it does seem like it doesn't matter where you're going to put it, because at the end of it's just going to come down to a die roll, right? But it doesn't matter if the circumstances mean that. Let me give you another example. Let's say you're in a fight and you have to take off your shirt to get into a boxing ring, right? But if the brooch is under your shirt, then you're in trouble. But if the brooch is in your boot, you're not in trouble. But there's other cases where you'll be in trouble if it's in your boot. So you see
Couldn't
what
I
I'm
do a
saying?
sleight of hand roll to move it to my boot in that boxing situation?
There's a billion things that
Right,
can
right. I
happen.
get you. I get you.
And I'm just trying to explain that it matters where you put it, even beyond the role. Because you might get into a situation where you put it under my hat, but then maybe you don't have a hat. You see what I'm saying? So
For now, I'll leave it under my shirt at any rate.
okay, under a shirt, and then let me see. Queen and Lawlessborough is carried, and just go ahead and location put under shirt. Put like that. Yeah, that's it.
Is it okay if I equip this pouch belt because it's just carried at the moment?
Yeah. So equip the pouch. So let's get back to that for a moment. So equip the pouch build, and then you have spell component pouch. Oh, so a pouch belt is just a belt, and then you put the pouches on it. Is that how it is? So does that mean you can just buy pouches? Let me see. Waist pouch, but that's in the ultimate. Spell component pouch. Okay, there's not one thing. Pouch belt. Pouch of silver dust. Pathfinder pouch. Courier secure pouch.
The way that's written, it almost sounds like it's saying like pouch, comma belt sounds like a pouch on your belt. It doesn't sound like a pouch belt. Or a
Yeah,
belt
but
pouch.
the way it's written in I see what you're saying. See, in Ultimate Equipment, it's written as belt pouch. And it actually has a description there. I'll read you the description. A typical leather or cloth belt pouch has a leather cord to cinch it shut and another to tie it to your belt. It is large enough to hold 100, 200 coins or 2 apples. And it costs the same amount of money, 1 GP. So I think the belt pouch in the Ultimate campaign is the same as the pouch belt in the main book. Because the same amount, 1 GP.
Yeah, I mean, like pouch, comma belt means the same thing as belch pout.
Yes.
Belt.
So it's not a belt. The belt is something that you're wearing already. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me see if there is a different item that's a belt. So, well, there's some magical belts. Oh, there's 3 pages of it. So I don't know how. Okay, there's 3 pages of magical belts basically, but I'm looking now for for just a belt. Okay, we're not gonna make. Let's not go full retard right now. We're gonna assume that you all have belts, and let's just deal with the fucking pouches. So the way I understand it is that this is just one pouch. Yeah, and it can fit 100 to 200 coins or 2 apples, or I suppose 1 potion. So,
I'll take the potions out then. And
so
I'll carry them.
So you already have a spell component pouch. So the spell component pouch should not be on the belt. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because it's I see what you're saying.
It should be in the belt. Maybe later on we'll put a belt, but for now, you know what you do is next to every one of these pouches, type belt, so that they are equipped on your belt. So I'm gonna give you 2 more pouches. And by the way, now you have 3 pouches, but they're listed as 1. You see?
Yeah. I put the potions in the pouches.
Yeah, it looks to me that that's how we should be done. And I'm gonna remove 2 more GP from you, so now you're down to 66. And does it look like? I think that's good. Unless you want more More pouches. So you have the spell component pouch, and you have 3 pouches.
I think that's sufficient. It's just the stuff I need ready.
Yeah. All right. Let's move to Nicholas. So yes, what do you think you would need pouches for? Well, you should have at least one. So I'm going to put one there, and I'm going to remove 1 gold piece. 52. So I gave you a pouch there. You can see belt pouch empty. See, where it says empty, the way we could do it is we could type, in the parentheses, instead of saying empty, it could say, but let's not do it that way. That's not clean. What would you need a pouch for? Could you put your holy symbol in the pouch, for example? I think so. So try that. Next to your holy symbol, where it says location, type pouch. Start typing pouch and then hit tab. Saf, are you here? Okay, we lost Saf. Saf.
Hello? Yep, there we go. Sorry. What was that?
Next to your holy symbol,
Yep.
start typing pouch and then hit tab.
Pouch. Yep, that worked. Sorry, I didn't realize you were asking me.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out if you need more pouches. So that would that would work for stuff that you need to have at hand fast that doesn't go in the backpack. You might need more later if you get more if you get, let's say, potions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop 2 more pouches, and I'm going to take out 2 more GP. So now you're down to 50 GP. So for now you have 3 pouches, one of them with the holy symbol in, and the other 2 are empty. So that means you can fit their potions later. But that's it. Beyond that, I'm not going to give you any more for free. I mean,
Okay.
for free. You're paying for them, but that means you're going to have to go to a store to buy them. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
These I'm just giving you in the beginning because every adventurer is supposed to have them, and you should have gotten them with Dan when you're making the character. So next, I'm moving into for Caleb. All right. So does he have any potions, for example?
1.
You have 1 potion. No, it says here 2 potions cure light wounds. You see to the left.
Yes, correct.
And you already have a belt. So let's go with the number 3. It's a good number. I'm just gonna drop 2 more of these to you. So I'm gonna take 2 GP. You're down to 74 now. And what you need to do is to the right of potion cure light wounds, start typing pouch and then hit tab. And now those potions are in 2 of those 3 pouches. And for example, the vermin repellent, right? You're carrying it with you, so you need to put it somewhere. You can put it on your belt pouch, you can put it in your backpack, or the iron rusty key again. You want to put it in the backpack. So start
I'm not
doing
carrying the key. I think that's ready to throw away. We just didn't do it.
But what if you want to go back to the fishery?
All the doors are already open. We didn't even use the keys, I don't think. We picked most of the locks.
No, they're not all open. Definitely, they're not all open. Hold the key. Hold the key.
So
You put it on your ass.
Who knows what's happening there? Somebody could have gone back and shut the door.
Yeah, you have the rusty iron keys for the old fishery and the brass key. Both of them are for the old fishery. So just you know, put
Can I
them
make a
somewhere. You can
keyring
also
item
put,
or something
you can
then?
also
Or
put the if you the stuff that if you don't want to carry all the stuff on you, just put Caleb's lodgings, and we're
yeah,
supposed, you throw it in the corner, you put it in the desk drawer somewhere. And the brass key, old fishery at the top. Okay, you're also carrying a master or dagger with inscription.
I'm gonna sell that backpack, I guess.
That wasn't that in Gadrin's loot?
I don't remember.
It was a key-shaped dagger, and
Oh, is that the one that was used by the serial killer? We thought.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. That's the
Okay,
one.
that's staying in the lodgings then, is it?
Yes, lodgings. Lodgings. And then there's the master or crossbow. You're using it, right? A hand crossbow.
Correct.
You're using it. And the master studded leather is the one you're wearing.
Yep.
All right. You know what you could do with the stuff that you want to sell? You could also put in location to sell. So that's not specifically, as long as you're carrying it with you, so that the game would put it, separately, so you could see it easier. So you have, for example, a heavy crossbow you're carrying with you, but you're not using that, or are you using that as well?
I'm flicking between weapons depending on the situation.
So you're carrying a heavy crossbow and a hand crossbow.
Yeah, they're good in different scenarios.
Yeah. Right, right. I suppose you can have both of them slung on your back. All right, I'm gonna move on for now. Let's look at the last one, Dinos. He doesn't seem to have any pouches, so I'm just gonna drop straight away 3 pouches there. And I'm gonna remove 3 GP, so he now has 162. So, let's see if he has anything. For example, the oil of keen edge. I think you guys know what it does, right? Because you've identified it. So he could put the oil of keen edge. Let's see what it does. So it increases the chance of a critical strike. So doubles the threat range of the weapon. So it makes it more likely, and it lasts 10 minutes per level. So that's a lot. That's like a whole battle, basically. Only on piercing or slashing weapons. It can also go on arrows or bolts. Even on shuriken. So you could combine this with the shuriken you got. So anyway, that's what this thing does. And you could give it to somebody else if you think somebody else can use it better, or you can put it on you instead of having it in the backpack where it's useless. You could put it in one of the pouches. So what you can do is where it says oil keen edge, next to it says backpack, right? Click there, delete the backpack, and start typing pouch. And after a couple of letters, hit tab.
Be back in a sec.
Mm-hmm. So you also have a half orc's healing potion. You haven't identified it, but you know it's a healing potion, I suppose. So put that also in the pouches. Right. Let's see what else you can put there. And then I suppose start all the expensive stuff. Shelly X coat of arms, Darkwood coffer, Kraken, Holy symbol. Start typing Caleb's lodgings there, all of those.
Yeah.
So that you're not carrying them with you. Right, now your inventory looks much better.
With the longbow, can that go in the backpack, or how would I normally carry
No.
it?
You definitely you wouldn't fit anyway. They're huge.
Yeah.
The longbow is going on your back, so
Okay.
it's carried. Yeah, carried is good enough. You can use that longbow, can you? Wait, it says +3. Yes, you can use it. Although you don't usually get lots of chances to shoot bows because you got to be in the front line. So you have another oil on you. That's an actual oil.
Yeah.
I suppose you got that to light it or something.
Yeah.
Well, you might as well put that into your pouches too then.
Okay.
Right. I think we're done. Let's wait for Y Signal to get back.
I'm back.
Right. So all that's done. Now we know what you're leaving behind, but you don't know where you're putting it. Like all that treasure, where are you putting it? So Kirog, unless anybody else has a specific idea, Kirog should just type where he's putting the bulk of all that stuff.
That's fine, I
If
think.
you
So can I say I placed the small objects under the floorboards and the large in the wardrobe closet?
Yeah, that's not a bad way to put it. You can say I hide the small items under the floorboards. I loosen because you have to loosen them up. So first you type I
Yeah.
loosen up some floorboards and hide the smaller items there, and then put the rest of the big ones in the closet. That's good enough. All right, you forgot to do an action. Turn the above into an action. Okay, so we've done all this. You're ready to go to the market. So one of you can just type, we head out towards the market.
Sorry, I've forgotten which which button that is for that type of
Control,
action. Control.
Control Enter. Yeah, Control Enter for action. Right. So zoom out if you're zoomed in. Zoom out towards the map. So SAP should zoom out. You can have 3 and 4 in view, like both of them, because that's where you headed. You headed towards 4, so you should have both of them in view. Other things you can have, Kirog, you can have the Corvosa key. Bring up the Corvosa key, which is the locations. The other two guys have it. That's it. All right. And I suppose, actually, I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have deleted your. So Caleb has 3 hit points damage, right? I think. Did we give him 1 hit point for this morning?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either. One way to see about this is. One way. Well, okay. One way is to go to the chat log. See if there were any. Okay. So in the morning when you woke up, Nicholas cast channel energy and he rolled a 2. Okay, we're gonna have to look into this. What I can do. I can go to Curse of the Crystal Throne 9. And yeah, if Kiro goes streaming, he was streaming. I can see if he brings up his yeah. Okay, so he's wounded. He has like 14 wounds. And after the battle, if he has it on, he doesn't have it on. So basically, I'm looking at his. His stream. Okay, I'm gonna try his stream from last time. But he wasn't streaming last time, was he? Is somebody doing something with their mic or?
Sorry, I'm eating on mute.
We could actually take a break to eat. Does anybody else want to eat?
I wouldn't mind a break.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind either. I wouldn't mind either. Okay. Yeah, and if anybody has any time left, you could go over. If you can find out the last time we cast any channel energy, that might help. So let me put. Okay, so it's. I'm gonna type on Discord. We're taking 20 minutes break. Okay. See you guys in 20 minutes. And if you have time, check. That's the issue that we have to figure out, the hit points for Kiro. Okay, see you in 20 minutes.
Cool.
See ya.
See ya.
I'm back if anyone else is.
I'm back.
Same.
I'm back, just gonna keep myself muted while I'm eating.
Okay.
Hey.
Is that everyone?
I haven't heard from Icy yet.
Did anyone figure out about the healing, or will I look it up now?
Oh yeah, forgot about that. I can't remember what it was.
Channel energy, right?
Alright, alright. Yeah, I think that's what he said.
All right, who's back?
We're all here.
Everybody's here. All right. So about the hit points thing, I'm sure that when we rolled for the channel energy, we also figured out, the one hit point he gets every. So there's no reason to double, what do you call it when you keep checking all your older decisions? There's a word for that. It's called. Anyway, there's no reason to go back. I'm sure we handled that well. So he has 3 hit points now out of 16. And the reason you're not healing him further is because you want to wait until, I guess, more people get some more damage so that the channel energy will work on all of them. Right. So let me look at your party sheet where you have the order. Okay, so that's that. Yes. So I put you exactly as you are in the formation. So start walking towards the market. It's close enough that we can play it like this. However, a couple of you have light encumbrance, and I don't think so. The ones who have light encumbrance are Nicholas and Caleb. I don't think that your sheets, if you're light encumbered, your speed I think should be 20, not 30. Oh, and I see that Nicholas's is 20, so it looks like his sheet is calculating.
Yeah, I
Let
think
me
we
see.
tested it last time, and my sheet at least seemed to be calculating it correctly.
Your sheet is calculating correctly, so you have 20, but Caleb's isn't. Let me check something.
Wait, or is that because I have the run feat?
You have the what?
I have a feat that lets me run faster, an extra 10 feet a second.
Oh,
If you go into character sheet and then abilities, you'll see it.
let me see. Abilities. Run. When running. Oh. That is a feat, huh? Run 5 times your normal speed is the summary. That's when running though, not when walking normally. If you make a jump. Damn, I was not aware of this. I don't think it changes your normal movement rate. It's called run. So it doesn't, I don't see why it would. It does say normal. No, I don't understand the difference between normal. Okay, you know what? I want to see in the book. So chapter 5 feats. Feat descriptions. Okay, that's page 132. I don't understand the difference between the benefit section and the normal section. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that doesn't have anything to do with it. Even if that stuff, I don't think that stuff would be linked. That feed will be linked
Okay.
to the front. So it's good to know that you have this, though. I find it hard to see how we could. Well, when the time comes for you to use it, we'll figure it out. In the meantime, I need to find the encumbrance. Okay, so the encumbrance is chapter 7. Additional rules. Actually, yeah, it's on page 170. Actually, yeah, that's easier to just Google it. So, encumbrance, Pathfinder. I just want to be 100% sure that it goes down to 20 for you. So, you have strength 11. And you're carrying under 75. So your reduced speed, if your base is 30, yeah, your reduced speed is 20. So the way to fix that is you just click on, is that the plus? The special movement? How do you fix that? Chev told me how you, there's a better way. I mean, I could just change the 30 to 20, but there's a better way to do that. Is it combat? Yes. If you go to the combat tab.
Yeah.
Versus base 30. And I think the misc, is it minus 10 that we do it? Let me see. Yes. So if you go to the combat tab, where it says speed, I put a misc minus 10.
Yeah.
And now if you go to the main one, it's 20. So that's the hacky way to do it. Until I fix your sheet.
Cool.
But the main thing for now is that when you move your character around in this exploration phase, you can only move 4 squares at a time before I click, you and Nicholas can do 4 squares, and then also also Dino can also do 20, but that's because he's a half elf, I think, or why is it because he has the armor? Yes, because of the armor. Because of the armor, he can only go 20. So basically, West Signal is the only one who can go 30. So he's gonna have to basically be waiting for you. All right, so let's start moving.
$50 feet at a time when we're on this screen, right?
No, your movement. I recently changed that rule. Your movement, whatever your movement is. So you can only do 4 squares at a time. Except West Signal, he can do 6. Let me tell you something that somebody discovered recently. When you're trying to move your character around, if you use the middle mouse, the scroll wheel, you can set waypoints. So you can make an angle. You see what I'm saying? You can try it in your next one. Let's say you want to go 1 square up. Yeah, I think that Kiro just did it. You see? Try to incorporate in your next move.
You have to continuously hold the left mouse button, guys, and then press the middle mouse button.
When you're okay, I'm gonna allow this move, Saf, but keep in mind that we don't. That was a natural move. You don't want to do like zigzag. You don't want to go right angles. Nobody would walk like that. If there's the ways open, they would just go in diagonal.
Yep, right.
But you might need it for inside a house if you want to go around the corner of a house, around the door, stuff like that. You might need it, but not for an open terrain.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. I just wanted to see how it worked.
So also in the stream, you want to zoom out now while you're crossing the letters. It's unfortunate that the letters are, onto the map. They should have them. It would be better if the letters were not on the map at all. Like if the map was clean. Um, I think the newer maps are clean, but that's an old one. I'm having trouble moving two of you, Dino and Y Signal, so I do it manually. That's why you see that your moves are being entered by me one by one.
Right.
Okay, so for example, now Y Signals was fixed for some reason. It's so annoying that this basic stuff is bugged after so and with every update, some new stuff gets bugged, some old stuff gets fixed. Yeah, Dino still doesn't work. I still have to do it manually. Oh, this time it worked. Maybe if I change the zoom level. Maybe that's... Now it's Kierox that's giving me trouble. Changing the zoom level, I'm moving around, nothing fixes it. So I'm clicking on the tick to allow his move, and there's no, it's not working. So the only solution is to just click on his icon and just move it myself. It just changes around, different for some, no explanation. At least it's workable. Oh, it looks like the Vexera bot is now... Oh, I hit kick. Was that kick from the server, or was it... Oh, I think that I kicked it out of the server without wanting to. Alright. Right, read that. So, put that image somewhere. Are you guys, is somebody typing in something? So, I'm supposed to put the music now, but we'll have to see what happens with the Vexera board. See if it works. No results found. Yeah. Jeez, we got screwed, didn't we? Oh, I'm signed in as well. Okay, that's stupid. Alright. Okay, first I have to sign out of this. Okay. Is anybody clicking on anything?
No, I'm not
Nope.
hearing anything either.
Not hearing anything. Okay, I just hear it like somebody's tapping something. Okay, so first thing I have to do is I have to log into my browser with the Insomnia account. To invite this board. Okay, log in. Okay. Hopefully this will be the last I can just get this one encounter out of the way with this bot. Okay, I'm inviting it in. Authorize it. Yes, the bot is in. I have to give it the role of votes. I wonder if, oh my god. Oh, you know what I wonder? I wonder if you have the same volume that you had before, you know? Probably not. Why would it have the same volume? Check its volume. Oh wait, it's not connected yet.
Why wouldn't it? Whenever we log on to Discord, our voices for each other are always the same as what we left them at.
But I kicked him out of the server and now he's back. Like, I think that
Ah.
reset everything. Although now that I see it, I have it at 68. You can right click on it on the user list and see what you have it as.
I think mine's the same.
68?
No, whatever I had before. I don't know the exact number, but the bar is the same.
Mine is at 74. I remember it being at that.
All right, that's very good for us. That's some good news. So this is a random encounter. I'm going to tell you the math because I want to. So what happened is, it's 20% per day, and 20% of the day, 20% at night for an encounter. All right, you rolled 9, so that means there's an encounter. And then I roll 1d100 plus 30. The 30 is because it's anarchy. If there's no anarchy, it's plus 10. So 1d100 plus 30. The result was 66, and I reduce it by 2 because that's what it says to do, you know, in the early parts of the adventure, etc., or if you're too low level, etc. So the number was 33, and that's these dogs, and it's 1d4 of these dogs. So I roll 1d4, so it's 3 dogs. So that's the math. And I was happy because first I could do it really quickly, and second of all, these 3 dogs seem you know, I didn't. If you remember last time, I rolled 3 cat purses, but I reduced it to 2 because it seemed like too high level for you guys. But now I don't think that three of these dogs are too much, because each dog is CR1. So I think all 3 at the same time are something like CR2 or CR3 or something like that. So I don't think it's too hard the way I rolled it. And now we just have to start the music. So let me try that. Okay, so the bot did not enter the if you hit plus join, basically not responding. Yeah, if you look at its address, which is Vexera, it says playing Vexera.io music end. That might mean it's just not working anymore. Yeah, and I think what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to wrap up so that next time I'll have figured out how to play the music, because I don't want to play this battle without the music. I don't know any fast way. We could try another bot. Let me see. Let me just Google music. Discord music bot. Well,
We
we've
could just
tried
all open it in the tab on a tab on YouTube and play it, right?
well, what about the stream?
What do you mean?
Would it play on the stream?
Yeah.
Of course, it's desktop audio we're all using.
I see. But we haven't done the soundtrack for that.
Correct.
The thing is, even if I find a music bot and I add it to Discord right now, we still won't have tested the volume. No, I don't see any way of continuing now. Like, if I wanted to make sure it's a good job and have a nice battle with this cool music, it's gonna have to be because we would have to do a new soundtrack. We did the soundtrack with the Vexera bot. I'm gonna have to find a new bot for next time, and that's gonna be tough because I remember checking 2-3 bots, and they're destroying all the bots one after the other. Some of the bots would work, but we have really bad playback. There is a more. First of all, look, they added music support for Fantasy Grounds. So the question is, can I add my own music now straight to Fantasy Grounds? That'll be amazing. You can do that with Foundry. With Foundry, you don't need Sirenscape. First of all, there is Sirenscape integration so that you're running Sirenscape through Foundry. You know what the problem is with Sirenscape is that you can upload music to Sirenscape, but it can only be 5 minutes or something. It cannot be an hour. The only way to add more than 5 minutes is to break it down in small parts. So we cannot use all these great ambiences they have on YouTube, with Sirenscape. You can do it with Foundry because you can upload music to your server in Foundry, and now apparently also in Fantasy Grounds. But I just don't know. Like, can you do a whole 1 hour ambience in Fantasy Grounds? I have to Google. I have to find their tutorials. I have to look at the tutorials and see how do I upload my music, how do I add it. And if it's doable, then it will be amazing because that means I can just click. We don't have to have we need Sirenscape for the you know why we need Sirenscape, because we bought the Curse of the Crimson Throne pack. But what they need to do now is they need to add this pack into Fantasy Grounds. And they've done this for one adventure for D&D, The Lost Mind of Phandelver, right? And they're doing it for D&D first because, they sell more copies for D&D. But eventually, I think they will do it for all this stuff too. Until then, we have to use also the Sirenscape app. But it would be so amazing if we only need Fantasy Grounds. That's how it works with Foundry. You only need Foundry. And we'll see if I can add. It would be amazing if I can add my own sounds and not sounds. Sirenscape takes care of it. Ambiences. That's the main thing. Ambiences. Combat ambiences, and there's also ambiences for like markets, for campsites, for this countless. We just need to get off the Discord bots because they're horrible. I wonder if. No, I don't see how we can play this battle without doing another soundtrack. And to do another soundtrack, we would have to stop the streams. How long has the stream been going on now? Let's check.
I think Saf was only free to play for like another hour and 10 minutes. We could just stop it here.
I've got another hour and 10 minutes anyways. So...
You got another. Look, it would be cool because we could probably finish this battle. It's a small battle in an hour and 10 minutes. But
that's what I was thinking before the issues with the sound bots, basically.
Yeah. But look, we can play the battle without the sound, but I'd rather play it with the sound. You see what I'm saying? So we're not losing anything. It wouldn't be the most exciting battle ever either. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm looking at the stats. Maybe one of you is going to get bitten really hard, and maybe you're going to have to go back. Instead of going to the market. I don't know. But we're going to have to. Let's just do it next time. Yeah, I think it's better that way. Anyway, the main thing is we've cleared a lot of administrative stuff that we had to do. We figured out all this stuff with inventory, and we're getting there. The last thing, the main thing now that I need to do is I need to rebuild all the sheets because they have issues. Like, for example, Addison's sheet, he's an invoker, but his sheet says wizard, which is wrong. It should say invoker level 1. You see what I'm saying? There's stuff like that. And there's also the stuff that some people's the encumbrance work, some other people's it doesn't work. So really I have to fix all the sheets from the beginning. It's going to be good for me because I'm going to learn a lot of things, but it's a lot of work and it's mostly boring. I don't want to do it, but I'm going to do it. All right. So stop the streams.